You win.
Who are you guys?
We're you, dude!
You're metal, dude!
Dudes!
Deliberating. Delivering. Delivering.
Dogfish.
Deliberating.
Dogfish. I'm the dude.
One minute, dude.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
You're a lying dogfish pony soldier. You said you were, but now you gotta be honest. I'm gonna be honest with you.
3, 2, 1, fight!
Who are you guys?
We're you, dude!
Oh, dudes. Episode 50, Tuesday, August 26th. Got some good news. Male leadership is back in a big way. Men are taking the lead. This is a big win for meninists and meninism everywhere. We have male cheerleaders back in sports in a real big way.
Because we were all missing them.
We asked for male leadership, and now we have it in the NFL.
The cries of anguish, the lamentations, not just women, but men over the lack of male representation.
It is a
Twerking on
joyful
the
noise.
sidelines
Yes.
was indeed far and wide, and was heard by our great leader, who just nationalized key segments of industry and federalized the police force, because nothing says freedom like tanks rolling down your street. Yeah.
Oh, cheesy.
Amy!
I don't
Put
want
that
to stand
comment
on
up.
ceremony too much, fellas. Our guest is here. We could bring him in as well.
Oh,
Hey,
yeah,
Put up
absolutely.
Chaney's comment also. Hit the bell. Like. We love you, Cheney.
Yeah, listen to
Indeed.
Cheney. She knows what she's
And the other good news is we finally got the memberships going and everything like that. So we're excited to see who our
Yeah, we
first
gotta-
member gets to
Some
become.
art for that.
What's up, California Contrarian? What's up, Great White Pope? Yeah, the Cheney sighting. We've seen a Cheney in the wild. Oh, what's up, Sheree? Yeah, Flo likes to freaking stream when everybody else is streaming. I don't know. I don't know what that trend is. I've noticed
It's
that a
all
lot
right.
recently, where we purposely picked Tuesday evenings because nobody else was streaming on Tuesday evenings.
We have our own cheerleaders in chat tonight. We're good to go. We got an art graphic we can bring up to celebrate that. 50th
That's true.
show, a year of doing that. And we do have a guest ready to join us as well.
Let's bring in our guest. Somebody's
Okay.
got to look good on this panel besides Marcus.
Here we
Hello,
go.
hello, hello.
Hello.
What's up, Greg?
What's going on, Ben? How you doing, brother?
We're here just to
Next
celebrate
play.
everything tonight.
How you doing, Alan? How you doing, Steve?
Doing really well.
How's it going, man? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you guys too. Nice to meet you guys too. I've been watching y'all for a while now, so it's definitely good to meet y'all.
Cheers.
We're glad to have you on.
I
Chris
appreciate
has
it.
his own music channel. Anybody that wants to go check it out under his name, Chris Miner. And also a frequent guest with Emily Moyer. Those ones a lot of times are behind a paywall, but you can sure find them, including I'm on a show with Chris and Emily. That's a recurring show where we're going through the different elements. I'm not on all of them, but at certain
Yours are
points-
usually public too, I think. The ones that you're on. I think she posts
nice.
those publicly on her page, so they should be able to find those.
Do you
Nice.
play the Tom Lehrer Elements song before you start? Because if not, you should.
We should. We don't. We should.
Nice.
I'm
What's
a,
up, Ryan?
I'm a Tom Lehrer like savant as far as that goes.
He
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
He's got the whole library memorized.
One of my buddies who goes by Foundering on Twitter is basically the next version of Tom Lehrer and studied under him. The Lehrer mentored him and stuff. both lived in Santa Cruz, California, where Tom lived the later portion of his life and all that kind of stuff. Taught music history at UCSC, and yeah.
Is
Yeah.
that near San Diego?
No, San Diego is way further south.
It's all
Yeah,
California.
it's
to
like
me.
a
California
7-8 hour drive, unless you're going 110.
If you've never been to California, it's really hard to fathom how giant California is.
Yeah, it's bizarre. It doesn't make sense out here. From the way I used to look at, like when I'm from New Jersey, so I would look at it like you have a city inside a county, and the county's inside a state. But here you have like a county, and then you have little miniature counties within that county, and then cities within the county. That's within a bigger county. It doesn't.
That's because we've got counties that are bigger than states.
Yeah.
Like Trinity County, it's only got like 3,500 people in the whole fucking county,
Yeah.
but it's bigger than U.S. states. Like it's New England states, obviously, but
Yeah, you can drop like 4 Rhode Islands in it.
yeah, it's fucking huge. I mean, where I notice it the most is during fire season, because all the people that care about me, they'll hit me up like, "Oh my God, are you okay?" And be like, "Yeah, that fire's like 14 hours away." I understand it's still in California, but it would take me. It's the same as me driving to fucking Denver as it is for me to get to that fire.
Yeah. Same with me. They do the same thing. My dad and mom will call. My mom and dad don't even know where I'm at. They'll call. There's a fire down closer to San Diego or something. And they'll be like, "How are you? Are you all right?"
Yeah.
I'm good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even with those the protests or riots, whatever were going on in the No Kings thing downtown, it was like in a 1 mile little radius. It was so far from here. But on the news on the East Coast, they thought it was everywhere.
Yeah. We got the up in Eureka. We got the old hippies that come out. They aren't gonna hurt anybody. They come out and take their lithium and go out there and we hate Trump.
I'm in Marin County, and they were protesting in front of the Tesla dealerships. It was hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Or you'd see them on like an overpass right by the Tesla dealership. And oh dude, just so lame. And it's like, yeah, I get that you're mad, but you have no idea what you're mad at. You're mad at maybe the right person, but for all the wrong reasons. You have no idea what you're fucking doing. Just relinquish power, you psycho fucks. Please do that. Could you do that? That'd be great.
Do you have any Cracker Barrels out where you are at, Chris?
No.
No.
You don't see a Cracker Barrel until maybe New Mexico, maybe.
Are they mostly just around the Bible Belt area?
It's a South and Midwest.
Yeah. I feel like there's some in New Jersey, maybe 1 or 2 down southern Jersey,
Oh, maybe.
but not out here in LA. No.
Are there steak and shakes out there?
There's a Steak and Shake in Vegas.
In and outs, Marcus. In and out.
Okay.
Get it right.
Crap now, by the way.
And a Tesla diner. Now we have a Tesla diner.
Tesla diner.
Yeah,
Okay.
around the corner.
You can get an $85 craft cocktail served to you by a robot.
Yeah.
How fancy.
They were trying to.
with extra glyphosate.
Yeah, they were
Crap,
trying to
okay.
protest that, but they couldn't get it together. They were trying to send around like flyers on Nextdoor to protest the Tesla diner, but
Okay.
You're eating
Never.
8.
it never
You're
happened.
eating 8. 2 bites and you become a Nazi.
There's a new Gap ad. They're trying to sell denim. Are people buying denim? They're a big jeans guy.
Well, Sydney Sweeney got everyone back on it, right? That ad.
Well, that started it, and Gap had already begun choreographing their commercial. So I think American Eagle got theirs first, and then Gap released theirs with some K-pop singers dancing around in formation, doing some choreography. But that's so far away from me. I'm not really.
K-pop?
Yeah, they're a global brand. Mm-hmm. They're probably made in 4 different countries to get all the components together to put a pair of jeans together.
Are you saying Koreans are manufactured in a laboratory type setting?
Well, especially the ones up on top of rooftops.
Well, they're badasses. We should all, just tip our hats to the rooftop Koreans. We should.
Yeah, you know that they were made in a factory. They're like, we're gonna put a little dose of extra anger in this one.
What I love is one of the rooftop Koreans has a Twitter account and will just randomly reply to just about anyone who invokes the memory of rooftop Koreans.
Yeah, we'll get up there again, motherfucker.
Yeah, that's where they're at. Yeah. Yeah, believe that.
I'm looking at the Instagram page for custom creative performance apparel for dance, skate, cheer, and professional teams made in the USA.
I saw Kim Jong-il pee once, and I've been banned from Korea since then. If you think you scare me and I won't get on a fucking roof for you, you're nuts.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Nuts. Like spandex, real tight clothes.
Is this because it was the lead singer of Living Color's birthday a few days ago? And that's why spandex and nuts are on your brain?
I've been trying to find 3 different segues to get into some big news revealed to you. So we got spandex, and that'll connect to a Christian band. San Diego, that'll connect to another Christian band.
Striper and Striper.
Yeah. So here's my fandom wear. It's payable on death.
Is that Rasta Jesus?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, from San Diego.
Nice.
Because we had some Rasta music from was Abba Alabanza last week. Well, it turns out the lead singer of POD, Sonny Sandoval, has done some solo work.
The type that would like garbanzos.
He loves beans. Loves them. Loves all of them.
He looks like he wants to sell me a $35 glass pipe for $95.
Beautiful. So Sonny Sandoval in the band Payable on Death shows up in Minnesota.
The largest looking weed you ever saw.
Yeah, he shows up in Minnesota, big festival in Mille Lacs Lake area, and I go and I meet him there. And then
how big can the festival be? It's in Mille Lacs.
Dozens of people are there. That's why the line wasn't so long. Dozens of people there. So big Christian music festival on the lake. Struggle Jennings was there. Lacey Storm from Flyleaf played, but I went there to see Sonny Sandoval from POD to let him know. I asked all my friends what their favorite Christian band is, and they all say Striker.
I said POD, actually.
Well, that's the second.
I did.
Did Switchfoot or Reliant K play there?
Switchfoot, Reliant K, haven't seen them since the Sunshine Days, so that's been
a while.
A while now. Yeah. Big Reliant K fan. I always say,
Granted, POD was the only Christian band I could think of the name of.
I didn't even know they were a Christian band, but
I remember when they had that "I'm So Alive" song.
Yes.
I believe I was living in Denver at the time, so it was BPB or KBPI Rocks the Rockies, and they talked about it.
It was a satellite album, huge album for them. And then Sonny, being a cool guy, well, he had a book, so he was doing a book tour thing. So he's on stage talking about kind of being a rock star and writing a book about it. So he wasn't singing anything, and people were kind of disappointed. I'm like, dude, this is the biggest Christian musician of all time on stage in Minnesota, and there's like dozens of you here who maybe know who he is. The funniest thing ever. And he's talking about touring with Ozzy and Sharon on the Ozfest tour, and Sharon called the POD their good boys on the tour.
Yeah, see, she don't give a fuck about this sprayer. She's never been sprayed. She's like, what? What do you want me to do? Look at this. She's like, what?
Cats and dogs getting along. What is this?
The other cats, we busted out the sprayer because I've just been too damn naughty, climbing on things and breaking things. And I got it on my desk because they bother me during the show all the time. But this is my cat, and she's old, and she's never been sprayed, and she don't give a fuck. She just sniffs the sprayer like, what do you want me to do with this?
Do you have all your wires waterproofed? Everything's
No,
sealed
no,
up?
I'm trying to keep a Klingon war zone going on over here where I'm not letting them like 5 feet. See that shenanigan shit right back there?
Yep.
Just get the fuck out of here. Yeah.
Okay, so you got the stream going and not like the spritz formation. Okay. Trying to shoot for the mouth or the eyes?
Just in general right now, and that offends them enough to go running outside.
It's a bit like a carnival game, so if you can get them right in the bunghole, bing. That's the type of positive reinforcement we need tonight.
And Christy has to give you a stuffed animal.
Yeah.
I think we call those plushies now.
A Labubu. I win a Labubu.
You get a Lafufu of your choice.
Yeah, we're poor. We only get the Lafufus.
You get a
Ben,
brown
if you
one or
just
a
look
gray
under
one.
your seat.
Oh my God, it's my new best friend. I'm
met
now a
Jesus?
Satanist.
You met Jesus at Mille Lacs Lake?
Hey, we have a guest.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hasn't
no.
said a fucking word.
I was gonna ask, when are you guys gonna debate Jay Dyer? Is he gonna do it or no?
Oh. Oh.
I'm
I
guessing-
am unfortunately blocked by Jay Dyer.
Any Tuesday night he's available, let him know that we're available.
I am
Yeah.
also
Welcome.
blocked by Jay Dyer. Jay
I
Dyer.
might be able to get a message through someone else to him. Not
Okay.
that I know him, but I might have someone who can actually just coax him. I don't know. I don't really know. I don't know the guy at all, but I feel like I might know someone who knows slightly knows him enough to get a message. Because I know he won't do it though. He won't do it.
No,
Nah.
mostly Jay wants to debate on his channel
Yeah.
for 2 reasons. So he can mute you consistently and stop what you're saying, or so he can just boot you if what you're saying is too much and he can't counter it. Jay is really good at keeping the lane. And this is something all the Ortho Bros do. The Ortho Bros have the most practiced rhetoric of They have the most practiced rhetoric of anybody, of any of these groups that go around and debate or argue with people. They're Jewish in the way that they have developed a rhetoric. Nobody else except for the Jews and the Orthos thousands of years of we've been arguing with each other. We've been arguing with each other about this all the time, and so they've got a very developed rhetoric. But the problem for them is if you step out of they've got so many arguments, they've basically already worked their way completely through and they have a resolution. And so they want you to step into that lane because they know the resolution. As soon as you start giving them curveballs, they're like, and especially Jay Dyer's like, oh no, you're muted. You're muted.
Mhm.
You're muted. And he's just a bitch. The dude really is.
Yeah. Yeah. No, and he's also, I know he writes too. So like they're writing scripts for each other all because he's writing now, I think, for Sam Hyde. So like,
Saw that.
yeah. So like,
according to his Twitter page, if we believe everything we read on his Twitter page,
I've heard Sam Hyde mention him a few times. So I think he is actually doing something for him, at least helping Sam Hyde with some of the conspiracy stuff.
his name was listed as a writer in a Sam Hyde show credit.
Okay.
Yeah, if I wanted to damage my friends' relationships, I would nudge them to hit up Jay, but
He's gonna
You
say
can't
no
even
either
get
way.
anybody on the show.
Forest Mommy's gonna be on next month.
All right.
You're gonna wait till we've been on air for over a year before you bring on your
Hey,
first
I
guest?
haven't been on air on this show for over a year, pal.
That's true.
What,
I'm-
10
I'm-
months?
I'm the comic relief fucker. Leave me alone.
We're all carrying our heavy burdens, and then there's 3 of us, and we do 4
I
shows
already
a
do
week.
fucking 9 shows a week.
Oh, we know.
This is my low impact one. All right.
I know. Steve just on here because we're friends. He just wants to hang out.
I'm here to learn.
Sure. I wrote the word Torah down, and then I added radical to it. We could call them Torradicalists because they love their Torah to argue about it. Those books that they love so much. And why is Chase Haggard still chasing after a Calvinist bro to argue against, right?
That's
Sonny
what
Sandoval.
the head ortho bros have decided is the enemy of the month or whatever.
Well, and it's punching down.
Yeah.
And they never punch up. The ortho bros never punch up. They only punch sideways or down. It's, you know, they respect a hierarchical structure and would prefer a monarchy or open fascism to any other form of governance. And they're very, very upfront about that. So they're never going to punch up. So that's why they're going after Calvinists in 2025.
Is it fascist if it's religiously led, or is there a different word for it?
Well, it's theocratic if it's religiously led, but they would settle for, you know, a very
authoritarian,
strong government that has what Trump is doing right now, taking, you know, government ownership, majority stakeholder, shareholder of Intel now, moving on to, according to his economic advisor, Lockheed Martin, and a number of other key sectors of the defense industry, renaming the Department of Defense to the Department of War, you know, all of these steps going back to an era where fascism was definitely the flavor of the month.
And then they all talk out against transhumanism, but they give Trump a pass on that, which I don't understand.
Well, the thing is, and this is how you can tell their morals are shit. They give a free pass to anybody that will align with their desires, and that's how you tell somebody's is not real. Like, if you will suddenly change your mind about something that you say should be a rule, as long as one of your friends is doing it, fuck you then anyways.
Yeah.
You got no place. And every ortho bro basically of any name has dodged us like you wouldn't believe. Literally agreed to debates and dodged us. Jay Dyer, Andrew Wilson, fucking Jim Bob, Chase Haggard, I went in and destroyed the little crew of the underling ortho bros on Speakeasy's channel. And I mean, I fucking wrecked them, a whole panel of them against me, and I wrecked them. Had them fighting against each other, and I was doing my deep belly fucking head back laugh while they were all arguing amongst each other. And it was
is that still up?
No, they took it down. And made
I figured. I was gonna say send me the link, but I already knew that probably they took it down. Yeah.
Yeah, they made that shit private.
There's a memo they passed around. They said any encounters with any of the deliberating dog-faced dudes and any open panels they join, make sure that evidence is completely erased.
Yeah, every video we had with the ortho bros.
Oh, that's right. They even took down the one that I jumped in on.
You betcha they did.
Yeah.
They took down the one Steve jumped in.
They deleted it. There was no trace.
Pulled it off the internet, so you can't access it. Every single one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, chicken shits. And then after I wrecked that crew, I know that the bigger ortho bros, this was a thing that they were plotting and planning, where they just, because for at least like 6 weeks after that, fucking they were consistently, Andrew Wilson, Jim Bob, all those guys were talking about the arguments I was making in that debate. And then they just won't talk to me no more. They're like, that's the answer. Ignore that one.
It really is a programming language problem. They have one specific operating system and a programming language and a specific set of hardware that they use. And then we show up and say, hey, there's another computer here. There's a completely different processor. There's completely different software. There's completely different everything, but it does the same thing. So let's talk about this over here. Like,
yeah, they're still operating on Cobalt.
Mm-hmm.
I know what that is. My mom went to college for that.
My mom went to college. Yeah, so we've tried all the approaches. I hung out with Chase Haggard and got some questions answered about orthodoxy. They were really disappointed to find out that I'm not really Calvinist. I told them I didn't know what I was, and they said, "Well, everybody, everybody has a belief system." Okay, I guess everyone has a belief system. All right, so tell me what my belief system is. Prescribe to me a belief system that's best for me. They're like, well, it's going to be our solution. It's like, well, different people, different times, different places, different financial backgrounds, different colleges, different needs. That's why we have different churches. And the best church is probably the one that is nearest to you that you can physically visit. And I complain that the Orthodox bros meet in Discord servers on Saturday nights.
You know who else? You know what Discord servers are for? Video game nerd incels. Funny how they're all on Discord.
Yeah.
They play video games with each other like fucking little kids.
Yeah.
Like you are a grown ass man. You're pretending like you're some kind of alpha manly man. And here you guys are. I don't play video games with my favorite hero. Fucking and they wonder why it's 80% males that are, because the Orthodox Church is growing faster than any other church in America. The thing that they don't want to recognize is it's 80% males. Little bit of a sausage party you guys got going on there, fellas. Look at, and considering that it's a very Greek religion, I don't know what to say about that. You know, the no girls around. I'm guessing that this is one big circle jerk amongst fucking a bunch of little queers that can't get laid by girls.
Greek, that's falafel. Huh, man?
That's a falafel.
Come on. Gyros. You pronounce that hero? Hyro? Gyro? Come on.
Gyro.
We eat lutefisk.
Gyro.
We are Lutherans and we eat lutefisk. And you're going to tell me that I'm not good enough for your Discord server? Come on. Get out of here.
Well, I finally got in Jim Bob's, and I don't even see where anybody's having debates in there.
Nope. There's private chats within private chats within private chats. It's all locked down.
And I wrecked Jim Bob on X. I wrecked him.
Yeah, I feel like most of these guys are on X all day. That's all they do. I don't go on X at all, so I miss out on a lot of this stuff until they transfer what they're saying over to YouTube, and then I'm trying to catch up with their nonsense.
Yeah, I once a week or something I get on X, and one day
I promote the shows and I occasionally like drop a meme or shit post, but I don't. As a rule, I don't ever engage, and then when I do, I'm like, oh, I need a bleach shower. That was a bad idea. That was dumb.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even when I get good shots in, it's like,
And if people will come at you hard on X too for no reason, just for saying something like a word they don't like. I can't even remember what it was I said once, and I had to just make my account private because I was getting, people were starting to find pictures of me online, my address. I'm like, what is going on? I never even come on here. I said one thing. I said one thing. It was one sentence.
Mm-hmm.
It was something like I pissed off, I think, some like far leftist activist group or something like that. Not on purpose. I was talking to someone else who I had known, and they did not like a word I had said in the comment.
mm-hmm. And that'll be the only thing they ever saw or heard, and then they'll make the entire argument and conversation about that, even if it had like nothing to do with the point you were making.
Exactly. I was like, I don't know what you guys were talking about, but enough. I can't keep up. It's like every 2 minutes I'm getting a new notification telling me I should die, basically.
That day that Steve and I got into it with Andrew Wilson and Jim Bob one day on X, and I was having a hell of a time. I was missing at least half the things. I didn't figure out the thread, and it took me like 3 days to get the thread figured out. Yeah. You know, like it was like, fuck, I didn't even see this. Damn it! Where'd this come from?
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad on X. I don't like it. I can't use it. It's too much.
Still have my Twitter for Dummies book.
I've only been a member of X for a year, and I joined it specifically to get at the Ortho Bros. So,
mission accomplished.
Yeah, mission severely accomplished.
Blocked by all the Ortho Bros. Well, then that's what happened to his social media is people were upset that Elon bought it, so they all left and went to Blue Sky, where the sky is greener and the water is cleaner and no one's meaner and everyone gets along. And if they don't like you, they block you. So then it's just this big cuddle puddle where everyone, as soon as something is challenged or someone is sarcastic or they can't read the tone of the internet, blocked. So now it's just agreeing opinions, amplifying agreeing opinions. And that's what made Twitter the front page of the internet, where people would have public conversations and the best ideas would rise to the top and the funniest jokes would get retweeted and people would build culture this way. Now they've taken culture and they've fractured it, and then everything is weaponized and scandalized. So when Cracker Barrel follows the trend of the blandification of their brand, people are outraged about it. And it's Cracker Barrel. I think Steve tweeted.
Homogenization.
Yeah, the real outrage is that they use gravy packets for their
Powdered gravy mix. Yeah,
Right.
and nobody cares. Nobody cares. They probably use instant grits too. And nobody's outraged about that. No, it's the logo. You know what? The real ones are going to keep the Cracker in the Barrel on it. They are. Everyone else is going to submit, but it's not going to make the food any more mediocre.
Uncle
I
Herschel's
can't even
crying.
eat out. There's like the only restaurants that I actually enjoy at this point. There's like maybe like 4 or 5 hole in the wall, individual owner restaurants in the whole country that serve something that's worth a shit. What's up, Bernie? Fake Edward. Sarah,
We have membership opportunities available for those on Benjamin Balderson's YouTube channel. Check it out.
yeah, we got the memberships going now, guys.
Oh,
And,
nice.
Yeah,
Congratulations, guys. That's awesome.
After
It took
a
a-
couple appeals and
yeah, we had to do numerous appeals because when I first did it, they said my channel's not mine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and that's because enough people put my stuff all over the internets and
Yeah.
get much better views than I do. Much fucking better. Piss a guy off. Like something I'm getting like 300 views on, other people are getting like 30, 40,000. You're like, come
Yeah, like,
on.
what's up? Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me that other people display it or whatever. I've never even monetized before, but to do the memberships, you got to monetize and all that, so people can do like super chats and do like, get special emojis and all that. So I got that stuff turned on now. But they put us through hell about it because they wouldn't believe it was my show, and I'm like, and then they even made me make a video, and I'm like. They're like, explain how this is your show and you make these videos. And I'm like, this is me, my face, my voice. We hit go live. I talk. When we're done, I hit stop. This is how we do it. This is me. And they still denied me after that video. I still had to do one more appeal where Steve went into the StreamYard and took screenshots of us from backstage doing it. Like, fuck you guys. Come the fuck on.
Yeah, because usually don't they try to like make you write sometimes like your name on a piece of paper with like your signature or something like that and hold it up? Yeah.
Yeah, dude, it was ridiculous the shit I was having to do. I had to jump through fiery hoops to prove that I'm me.
like, okay, now show us your butthole. Now take a mold of your butthole and send it to YouTube headquarters.
Why you not show us before?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're gonna need feet pics every week for the next year.
It's weird because I've been doing lives on mine every once in a while now, just with the random guys who I usually go on their shows. But we've been doing lives on my channel, and I've had my channel for a while because of music. And for some reason, I think because I've had it for so long, and the music distribution online company TuneCore or DistroKid, whichever one I'm using, collects whatever little bit of streaming revenue I get from the music. It's not a lot. It's like $20 a month maybe. But I don't know if it's because they're the ones who have like the control of most of the monetization on my channel, but we can say whatever we want on my lives. We haven't got anything yet. No labels under my videos, nothing.
I've got a long list of words I want to say.
He'll get you hit like in like 5
Yeah,
minutes.
I'll be done. I will be okay.
If you like the
Everything will
word
be gone.
yes, I've got more. We got words for every part of the human anatomy.
Steve's a strike machine.
Yeah.
I'm not used to being on YouTube. I haven't really been allowed on YouTube in more than half a decade. So I play a lot of different like clips and music and stuff like that on my regular show. And it gets Ben in trouble when, occasionally and like, it's not everyone. It seems to be pretty arbitrary as far as that goes.
Yeah, like last week, Steve played 2 clips. We got hit for the Bill Hicks one, but not for the other one.
Bill Hicks was recognized as an audio album.
Yeah,
So
and they hit us for audio album stuff.
Yeah, because they're competing
Yeah,
against
this one is a
Spotify.
super adventurous. All of its
Oh my God.
Twitter mates are just like in a corner all the time, and you can't even get this one to stay in the corner. It's just like, I want to adventure.
Oh, you got one of those real life Labubu's. Look at that little demon gremlin guy there. Look at those teeth. Little ankle biter you got there.
Oh yeah, give it.
You know what, man? A little bit of sterno and a decent sized hook, and you can go hook you like 60-pound halibut.
Huh?
Where I'm from, it's muskies that go after the small animals in the, in the water.
Just saying, now you're
When I was in the army, they had a marching song called the S&M Man. And one of the verses is, who can take a kitten, bend it till it burns, douse it in gasoline and burn off all its fur. He's the S&M man. You're like, oh yeah, it was some, I was in when they made basically the military co-ed, and I was in when they did the don't ask, don't tell policy. So before those 2 policies, oh yeah, boot camp and shit like that. It was rough. It was all guys who are training to go out and kill other men and live in the worst conditions you can imagine. And
so it got really gay really quick.
right. Not as gay as prison,
Right.
but not far off either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spartan ethos.
Very Spartan. So it was some rough company, rough jokes, rough, cadences. And then all of a sudden when it went co-ed, immediate shift. You were like, because I was in to watch it, and it was almost overnight. And overnight, basically, they went from, so like when I went through boot camp, you pretty much did push-ups from the time you got up till the time you went to bed. They found some reason to do push-ups. Like, we're doing PT, and now after PT, you're fucking ugly. And now after you're done being ugly, you got to eat breakfast. But after breakfast, you got to work that off. So go over here and do some pull-ups and some push-ups. And now you need to stay awake in between classes. And so do some push-ups some more. And by the time when they switched it over, they gave them these stress cards where if your stress level was too high that day, they call it smoking you when they make you do push-ups outside of PT.
Mm-hmm.
And you couldn't smoke people that their stress levels were too high and all this other crazy shit. You're like, wow.
This is actually the newest picture of the 101st Airborne.
The co-ed team. Yeah. And PT doesn't mean paid time off. It's a physical therapy.
Physical training.
Physical training. Okay. There's all these acronyms we're having to learn. This is the Minnesota Vikings cheer team circa 1998, I believe. And you'll notice there are male cheerleaders. They're the guys who can.
Yeah, but they aren't running
women
around doing gay cheerleading. They're like the dudes that chuck the chicks up in the air and shit. They aren't like doing like sexy girl.
Yeah, those guys are all named like Robbie.
Yeah, they're actually trying to catch the girl with their thumb, you know.
Okay,
They're trying to give them the old
all
bowling.
right,
They're trying to give them the
all
old
right.
bowling ball and things
Let's-
like that.
Let's
It's not
allow
that-
our listeners to form their own opinion, please.
No.
Here's the
They're gonna
video.
share
Notice
our
those
opinion.
guys aren't wearing outfits. that
Here's
look
the
like
video.
girl.
Here's the video. You can talk over it. So they're asking where the boys are. Throwing a fit. And here are the boys. Here they are.
Oh God, I saw one of these guys. I think in a video recently.
This guy over here with the hockey hair mullet, professional dancer.
We got Empress Priscilla von Brokenheimen, and
See, these are beautiful Swedish, probably stock men. These are Minnesotans, corn eaters. Beautiful, beautiful boys, and they're very fit, very handsome, very beautiful. And they lead cheer. So they stepped up, and now they're in male leadership. And men are complaining about this. I don't know. They complained that we didn't have enough male leadership. Now Vikings have some male leadership in the cheer division, the cheerleaders.
I would argue that perhaps the male leadership that people were seeking was not on the Minnesota Vikings twerk team, but I'm just hazarding a guess here.
I don't think that was the the return of the masculine that people were looking for.
Oh, we're not looking for masculinity in cheerleading. We're looking for leaders, and these men are leading the cheer. And people are really cheering and jeering and booing and getting all worked up just as they are instructed to do so.
Wouldn't it be funny if they started throwing green dildos at them like they did with the WNBA games?
It'd have to be purple, Steve.
I mean, I don't know. Keep it traditional at this point. Go with the neon green.
Those football
Let 'em go.
stadiums, those football stadiums are so big that if you can hurl a dildo 30 yards,
Automatically getting a contract with the Chicago Bears.
correct, you are going to be put on the team if you can hurl.
And our new backup quarterback is the dude who just
Welcome to the
that
Cleveland
dildo.
Browns.
You get recruited by the Jets. Jesus.
Yeah, right. Oh fuck.
Also, the Dallas Cheerleaders have returned to their classic uniform, so there's a lot to look forward this year in the NFL
Nice.
for a
Nice.
game or two. Bringing back the viewers. Anything for the views. I think, if you look at these uniforms, they look bedazzled.
Into a Bud Light commercial. That'll go over great. Well, we'll be fine.
Like, did somebody tell these dudes the days of Shakespeare are over? We can
No.
have actual girls do girly type things. You fucking weirdos. If you want to dance around like that, do it in the privacy of your own basement or something.
When
with
James
all-
Brown said this is a man's world, he wasn't talking about that.
Yeah, no, that is real. That's not AI. There's been, I believe, 9 teams now that have signed on. You'll get it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you're getting it.
Well, this is the transhumanist cult. This is part of it. All part of the build up. I don't think it's gonna go away anytime soon.
Well, no, it's the like cremation of care ritual played out on a larger scale. It's the desecration of the institutions, and you've got to include entertainment in those institutions, especially the ones that are pushing 100 years or more. You got the NBA is basically like skirt wearing freaking weirdos at this point, and just legacy hires. It's no longer like I'm really hard pressed. I grew up in Indiana. It was a basketball state. I left at 18 because I wasn't good at it. They start thinning the herd as soon as you graduate from high school. You got to go. And
I would dare say I could outjump Steve, and I can barely clear a soda can.
I'm walking around on a broken leg, fucker.
Excuses. And this is why he didn't make it.
In my day.
White men can jump, But
They
should
cannot.
have to?
That is a myth.
But no, I mean it's an absolute farce of all sports. They're all sports entertainment companies, which means they're
Marcus, he said
legally
it.
allowed to script individual games and the conclusion of a season well in advance. And the TKO Sports owns both the WWE and the UFC now. I mean
It's all called sports entertainment now.
mhm.
Kayfabe. It's all
Kind of like
kayfabe.
cheese product. If they got to add that second word, that's kind of disqualifying the first one.
It's a Kraft with the K. They make the
And
cheese
now all
products.
sports betting is legal.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you can do
How many
like
times you gonna say all
for the
sports?
moment bets during an individual game or a fight or anything like that. And I mean, they're all catering to gamblers now and the people that do the virtual slave trade in fantasy football.
Boy, did that shit shut down Vegas and Reno. And I got to assume Atlantic City. I was putting a lot of thought into that. And it's like, that is definitely what killed Vegas and Reno, is that there's a little casino in every reservation across the country at this point, and online gambling. And why go out of the way? Because like you go to Vegas now, it's a dump. It's a fucking dump.
Yeah.
All the opulence and
That's awful.
you know,
I actually like Old City better than the Strip. The last time I went, I wasn't there for now probably 6-7 years ago. It's been a little while, but even then it was getting really bad.
I felt like goddamn Snake Plissken last 2 years ago when we were there. Like fucking, you're like ducking down behind walls to fucking dodge the gunshots, and fucking police choppers are spotlighting everything. My truck got stolen right out of a parking
Yeah,
garage.
I remember that. That was
It transmogrified into an ass and walked out into the desert.
Yeah.
Little donkey. Mhm.
And they
got-
said, and the funny thing is, I was like, because when I asked the cops, I'm like, why would they steal an old farm truck? It's not like, don't get me wrong. My truck had the 7.3 diesel in it. That thing was going to run 1 million miles. It already had 420,000 miles on it of farm driving. So it was scratched and dented and everything else. I'm like, why would they steal that? That makes no sense. And he goes, they stole your vehicle so they could go hit up like a job site and throw a bunch of stuff into the back of it and steal all that.
do
So
another
they're-
crime, right?
Yeah, to do another crime with. Like they aren't even.
Sounds like you're a nuts and bolts guy, and I wanted to ask Chris about UFOs, UIPs, nuts and bolts. You mentioned a book by Gareth Hewitson May from 1992. Kenneth Anger, I think, wrote a forward to that.
Yeah.
You're,
What, did I mention this in the chat last time or something?
It was in the last, I think, live stream that you had put out.
Yeah, the Dark Doorway of the Beast. I think when I was bringing up the funnel effect that's
Yeah.
mentioned in that, and that's this idea of basically you have an image train of these seed images that media can put out, and eventually have those images manifest into actual events if they're put out basically on a large enough population for a long enough period of time. They expect that will eventually manifest in the population.
Like Slender Man showing up online in
Kinda.
forums, and then people reporting having real life Slender Man experiences.
Exactly. I mean, I think even like that's like probably even an extreme example for them. I think even more so, it's more like we're just going to keep showing them AI is going to take over. AI is going to take over and everything, and then eventually AI is going to take over because that's what we want. We want
To the point where people, when they see a real picture, that's going to have the uncanny valley to them instead of the AI having the uncanny valley.
Yeah.
Like we're now, because we're used to real stuff more, when we look at AI, we're like, what's weird about that? And they're going to be so used to AI that when they look at something real, they're going to be like, what's weird about that?
Yeah. No, the book's it's if you guys want a copy, I have it. It was pretty hard to find for a little while, but I think now it's back up at least in PDF format. I could send you guys a version of it because it has some interesting sections. It's a lot of breaking down of certain occult ideas about this, because apparently they had always planned for this to happen, and like the darker occult kind of aspects, the Crowley acolytes and whatnot, have expected there to be either a split that happened in consciousness where we either went down an AI sort of matrix path where everyone's in this sort of hive-minded consciousness, or a absurdity based reality where we have UFOs popping in and out, don't know what's real, can't figure out, and it's kind of like we were getting a mixture of both, it seems like. Yeah.
Well, it seems like this was planned by those groups to me.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely. That's what they'll leave that out of that book. But if you read some of their other stuff, you start putting together the intelligence connections with all these occultists who say they're doing rituals. Who knows what they actually believe? If they believe they're interacting with something, but they're basically using it for a form of mind control over people. It's a consciousness manipulation in the end.
Well, when you look at it, obviously none of them were able to achieve. So you got to separate it into different things with occultists. Yeah. And because they didn't, because I'm an occultist.
Yeah, we all probably are here, right?
Right. Marcus is absolutely an occultist. Steve is, and I assume you are. And so
prove it. No.
And so but I do the lab work and I look at the way things are and try and figure out the world. And these guys absolutely did not. And the thing that they were selling, especially you look at like the Blavatsky type characters, there's quite a few things where basically her followers kept asking her to perform these, basically what's magical feats or miracles or whatever you would want to call it. And she wouldn't be able to, and she would put off some excuses. And really what they were selling is you're basically paying me to figure it out. And once I figure it out, I'll pass it on to you. So they never had the actual occult, what the great work is supposed to be figured out. Now, when you take that into account, the other way because the great work provides immortality. It's, the alchemist, you die before you die. Mm-hmm. So that way you don't die. Like, you get to maintain your integrity because you controlled your death. And so the other way to reach immortality would be, you look at this transhumanist agenda where basically what they're trying to do is, your mind, your thoughts, your things like that are just electrical impulses. And they're under the impression that they can take. And if that they made that movie Chappie about this, even where they basically downloaded the person's mind and then she gets killed. But because he had a download of her mind, he downloaded that into a robot. And now she's back as a robot and basically immortal. Yeah. This is what they're trying to achieve. I think where their problem's coming in, and I think they actually, Keanu Reeves made a lesser known movie about this, where they were trying to do this. And the problem that in that movie, even that they kept having, was that the mind or the soul or whatever doesn't want to transfer into a robot. Like it and so they would immediately kill themselves. And, because like the shit was too off. So then they were trying to basically make a human body and then try and do the transfer from a human body, which from an alchemist perspective, the migration of the complex soul is absolutely one of the biggest tricks in the entire process. Like that's part of why there's an importance on like the bees. A lot of people like to bring up, get away from me. A lot of people like to bring up the occult, the bees. Well, the real importance of the bees is, for some reason, a bee is capable of transitioning a simple soul into a complex soul. There's like a transition that's made there. So when you start out, you're basically, when you're doing like a homunculus, you're basically starting out a progression of life form and then trying to eventually plant that into something that's humanoid. And so but that's a complex soul that we're talking about in that instance. And so you've got to build that up from an insect, from a lower form insect, like a maggot, up to a bee where a bee can make that transition, and then you can keep transitioning and basically upgrading the soul. Is the idea behind that?
Yeah, no, I totally agree. It seems like that's why we're gonna start seeing a switch from these robotic just bots like that Musk isn't making it, but the companies he supposedly owns that he's front man for are making to a more synthetic biological sort of thing, because they need to start incorporating the biology if they want to have any, which I don't think they're going to ever be able to do it. I just highly doubt they're going to get to a point where they're going to be able to actually transfer the soul. It's going to be like a clone, like a copy. And at that point, you're dealing with a totally separate thing, in my opinion. It's almost like you're just talking to like an AI language model of yourself at that point. But it's not the same entity.
It'll do a very good impersonation of someone that you once knew.
Yeah.
And they do this with celebrities. They've already started with ABBA, so now they have holographic ABBA concerts.
Yeah.
You're going to go to a
Because
concert.
that's what the world wanted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it starts with the music.
Like, you know what? If we have AI technology and the ability to change the world, what we need is holographic ABBA concerts.
Well, you know, Michael Jackson's not going to allow that to happen. Prince would be like, you know what I already said about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Prince ain't having it.
No.
So the celebrities that
Prince
agree
is
to
actually
have
kind
their...
of based ahead of his time. Like, if you
Oh, yes.
followed Prince's shit, that dude was based.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. He understood where it was heading, and he declared, this is not happening. I'm not allowing this, not consenting to any of this. But the other artists, I guess if you could call them that at this point, ABBA, money. Sure. Let's do this. Let's develop the technology. And that's where the technology leads towards, is more funding and more investment and more stock numbers going up and more people getting paid. So whether or not they can actually deliver the product, none of these companies have delivered any real product.
Yeah.
It's all been in beta. It's all been testing. It's all models of potential things that they could deliver. And then they just keep that up for as long as they can. I was reading about cryogenic freezing. You could get your brain frozen, just the brain, a little less expensive. You want your full body and your full anatomy? Yeah, that's going to cost a little bit extra to get all that frozen and preserved to be brought back in 100 years when they figure out how to do that. They don't have the technology to bring you back, but they have the technology to freeze you. It's like Han Solo style.
From what I understand, they don't even have the technology in them death pods. Half of them, like them fucking self-deletion pods, don't even work. Like that one story, the dude had to go in and like manually strangle chick with a pillow or some shit. Like, you're like, yeah.
I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard that too. Yeah, no, it's gonna be a mess. The AI thing could also just be a bubble if they keep. I heard all these companies are losing a bunch of money at this point.
I argue that's to their benefit. The number has to go down so it can go up again, because price movement is where money is made.
Yeah,
it goes up, money's made. It goes down, money's made. It goes back up again. This is the whole Cracker Barrel situation and the Steak and Shake. It's the same guy. He's trying to do a corporate takeover of the Cracker Barrel thing and make it profitable, and they've rejected his offers. But so now he has his Steak and Shake social media managers going and starting a beef with Cracker Barrel, and it's all kayfabe and fake, but there's real money being made behind the scenes, and people are sharing it on social media to further advertise what they can't pay for.
Yeah,
outrageous, priceless, and it goes around the internet faster than anything that's ever been paid for. Any paid advertisement doesn't go very far.
Are we allowed to play a Crackamico video without a YouTube no?
Probably not. We can describe it and then say fair use.
Yeah, you do. I've played a Crackamico video or two. This directly pertains to the conversation. What if we do like 26 seconds and stop or something like that? I don't know. I'm trying to figure out like
You
what
can show the video with captions and then speak over it, and then we get that idea, and then we can figure out, because we're transforming the work by offering expert criticism and educational use to transform what was once a Crack Amico thing into a Deliberating Dog-Faced Dudes collaboration. We've added our own information on top of it. So this is
Hey, what's
Cracker
up,
Barrel.
Dad?
Yes.
I mean, it couldn't be more on topic. It really
Yeah.
couldn't.
There's Herschel.
Yeah.
It's not Herschel Gordon Lewis. Uncle Herschel. Does he have more names?
Or Herschel Walker.
Herschel
Well,
Walker.
the funny thing here is that like when we were discussing where you would possibly find a Cracker Barrel, these are very country ass places, and so now they're trying to upgrade it into more of a leftist citified thing in country ass places. They're going to this because they resonate with that. They're like, I'm a good old country boy. I'm gonna go get some powdered gravy at Cracker Barrel.
Right? And
They have an
instant
old
grits
man in
and eggs
overalls
cooked
on
by
the-
a Mexican.
They have an old man in overalls sitting on a chair on the porch, like I imagine myself to be.
I would prefer my old timey breakfast to be cooked by people who are on parole currently.
With a cigarette,
being
dangling
like,
out of their mouth and a
Gary
bandana over
Jeff
their
and
head.
shit like that. Yeah.
Like
Yeah. Big Ricky.
definitely a few flakes of ash in your food, but that gives it that special flavor.
It's seasoning.
It's
It is.
seasoning. Since they took that out with all these regulations, the food tastes like shit. Obviously, the sweat drips, the occasional hair, and some ash. That stuff made it taste good.
I mean, not too long ago, I was in a Waffle House that didn't even. I saw 0 fistfights.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
That ain't right.
It was the tamest Waffle House I've ever been to in my entire life, and it was in Castle Rock, Colorado. I think, or Colorado Springs, maybe. I can't remember. It was fucking hell.
Well, in Colorado Springs, it's because everybody is retardedly stoned.
We did discover that, yes, visiting Colorado Springs. Rest in peace, Dr. James Dobson, and the Focus on the Family.
Focus on the Family, yeah.
Yeah. Was he 98 years old?
We'll get to that, but
Yeah.
first, I mean, I do feel like it's pertinent to the conversation.
Hell nah, bitch. Smoking on Messino pack. This bitch fucked up. Aunt Jemima, Uncle Ben, Washington Redskin. We don't even care. You can keep all that shit.
Accidental alchemist.
Lando Lakes.
Bitch, I'll fucking
Right?
kill you. What's a Cracker Barrel with no barrel and no cracker, bitch? If I see that Julie Phelps Messino, I'ma smack a bitch. I'm at headquarters with a strap, you better pack a stick. What's a Cracker Barrel with no barrel and no cracker, bitch?
This
Smoking
is
on that
Christian
Cracker Barrel
music.
pack. Now we smoking on
Better
that
pause
Cracker
it for
Barrel
a
pack.
second.
I see
Pause it
Julie
for a
Messino,
second.
Oh, that's right.
Julie Messino she has those big CEO glasses.
Yeah, I have
so
heard
you
this dude.
know-
He's fucking hilarious. I just didn't know what his name was.
You know she's smart with those big smart girl glasses. Girl boss glasses.
They don't give you the Rachel Maddow editions unless you can prove that you're top level IQ.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, I think we've already lost the war to the blanding of brands when Pizza Hut was no longer served under a hut.
Yeah.
There's a collection of photographs on the internet of former Pizza Hut locations that have been revived, and there's some Chinese places, Mexican restaurants, and they love that hut. They love that hut more than Pizza Hut does. So having loyalty to the brand and having pride in the established accoutrement and the quiche of the restaurant, that's why people go to Cracker Barrel. They love that Cracker Barrel for the reasons why other people don't like it. And if you take Cracker Barrel and you put it in the middle of, Minneapolis, St. Paul, no one's going to care. No one's going to care.
All these restaurants suck ass now anyways. The homogenation
they're
of
bad.
it's horrible. Like we can't even eat out. Like, it's so bad because you go to visit your relatives and shit, and they want to be nice, and they're like, my dad's like this, and I'll take you out to eat.
Take
And
it
you're like,
Applebee's.
fuck. So I
Going
get
to
to
Olive
sit stare at a
Garden.
menu for fucking 20 minutes trying to find something that's remotely edible. you know, that I like can choke down a few pieces of, and you're like, oh God, and it's just gonna make me sick. I'm definitely gonna be sick. Like if I now that you've committed me to eating out, I've got to also be committed to being available to a toilet 15 minutes after I get this shit fest down into my stomach. My body's immediately gonna be like, eject.
There's Raising Cane's downtown University of Minnesota campus, Raising Cane's. It's a chicken place. And then all around it are these other restaurants. It's like, well, do you want to eat at Chipotle when you can go to a local Mexican place or go to a Mexican food truck? You want to go to Brugger's Bagels? What are the options here for college students?
I will spray you in your face. There you go.
Wait,
Caribou
where?
Coffee.
In Minnesota?
University of Minnesota campus.
Yeah, if you want Mexican food, you have to go to South Dakota.
Taco John's.
Taco Juan's.
Taco Yas.
There's a Chick-fil-A.
Christy was totally shitting on Taco John's, and I took her to Taco John's the last time when we went to the thing last year, and we were in South Dakota for a while. It might have been in Wyoming. I don't remember which, but she took her to Taco John's. She's like, them potato olays are good. Like, you fucking ate it right.
Oh, yeah.
In all reality, if you're in Minnesota and you want good Mexican food, you should go to Chicago. They have, hands down, until you get to like, sorry, New Mexico, until you get to California, you don't get good Mexican food after Chicago.
So my favorite wacky place to eat in the University of Minnesota campus is a seafood barbecue, and they call themselves the Cajun House. It's all Asian people running it, and they'll give you squid. They'll boil
So
anything.
it's a Cajun house.
It is a Cajun house, and that's I get the joke now. That's why it's the Cajun House. Okay,
That's just the way business is. The only people that want to take over them small businesses like that, independent businesses, is Mexicans and Asians. Even where Christy's from, extremely Danish town. And they have a festival every year called Danish Days. You go in there, 80% of the shops are owned by Asians. Like, they don't know nothing. I will spray you in your fucking face. You stop.
You're in LA, Chris?
Yeah.
Yeah? Like what part?
I was in Burbank, but now that wasn't LA. It was Los Angeles County, but now I'm in closer to West Hollywood, but not West Hollywood. I'm literally like kind of right around the corner from that Tesla diner now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that the
You know the Fresh Prince?
No, I mean I know the show, but I don't know him personally.
So you're in the area with the most waiters and waitresses of any place centrally located in one location?
Probably, and they're all having a very hard time getting
How
jobs.
many scripts do you have in your house?
Scripts, as in
Like screenplays?
Oh, screenplays?
Telenovelas. What are we talking?
Scripts.
Different show.
Prescriptions. You got a prescription? You got a subscription to the magazine, sir? You got a prescription?
Don't all the servers and stuff have one of those they give you with your meal?
You got a subscription to that Maxim magazine, man?
Yeah, I didn't mean prescriptions.
No, we just did a thing on Blunt Force last night on the Polo Bar, and the employee lawsuit where he was like, look, man, they can't fire me for being drunk on the job. I am the least drunk cokehead that works at that restaurant.
Yeah.
You have no idea how crazy these people are. It's
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. They all get like that. Because my girlfriend bartends, and she's like, they're all a mess, the other bartenders.
Oh, I mean, that's why that's kind of why you get involved in the restaurant industry in your early 20s, because you need a place to do drugs and feel comfortable being totally wasted on the job, interacting with other people, and then making them smile and taking their money. And it's like a symbiotic relationship that happens up into a point to where you've got the 49-year-old waitress named Sonia, who has like a big ass hair bun and a fucking Marlboro Light 100 hanging out of her mouth at all times. And if she doesn't physically, you can still see it even when it's not there.
Yeah, is that
You know?
Sonya with a Y or Sonya with a ya, J?
With a J, with a
With a
J.
J.
Sonya,
Yeah,
okay.
every
Yeah,
time.
that's like
Every
the
time.
spirit of those places that hangs
No,
around
sure.
there for real.
She's got a script of 80 milligram oxys from 2001 in her purse at all time, you know, and then fucking she's sitting there trading them for fucking grams of coke across the board with the fucking cook.
Mhm.
Occasionally, the short order cook has the good blue bars as Xanax.
Right, but that's as a come down to the coke he just sold.
Yeah, you got
Yeah.
to also deal with him so that way you can bring it back.
Yeah.
Unless you're
Yeah,
hardcore.
I'm
and
not
you do
hating
both
on
at the same
anybody
time.
for it. I'm not. I'm pretty sure we all went through, maybe not, you know, Alan, but I mean that everybody else went through
Yeah,
it.
I'm not included in the group. I understand. I am set apart. I'm a
Alan
left.
is pure.
I
He
am
is a
so
pure
close
boy.
to
He is-
Calvinism right now.
This is good money, folks. You don't get purity like that for cheap.
Yeah, being a high value male is
Also,
just
you can have this cat with
Oof.
with the Marcus in the auction. This one's named Scar.
Are we going back to auctioning off fucking Marcus again?
the high value
week.
male is very important and hard to find.
This is the build up to the auction, Steve. At
Okay.
the third eye event that Marcus and I attend, we are auctioning him off.
It's
But
always
we've got
been
to
an
have lots
online
of good build up
auction.
to it.
We haven't met the minimum bid of at least 2 bitcoins. So if you guys
Okay.
want to pool together and put your
Half a
bitcoins
Bitcoin
together,
to get in on the bidding.
sure. Mhm.
Open to Bitcoin minimum bid.
Yeah, this is a good, pure, high value male. And so no fucking around. It's not like me and Steve where we have soiled ourselves
What are you
and,
trying to say?
and beaten up our bodies and broken ourselves.
This is a laissez capitalism.
Although the advantage with Steve and I is if we die in a fire, there will still be a whole human there left. It'll just be metal bits.
Yeah.
I'm still open to
You can
price
eventually
discovery.
Cobble us together and make one RoboCop.
You know, I know my value and worth
Yeah,
as,
we'll
a,
be
as a
back.
Christian man, as a Payable on Death fan. I know my value. I just need other people to know my value, and by doing this, we have to go through the price discovery mechanisms. And there's ways to do this online, and Bitcoin has really helped us with this ability to figure out how everything is worthless and valueful, and all these words we use to describe how money is just printed.
Where do
I
you
do
see
get that one.
wait, hang on real quick, Chris, where do you see the tokenization of everything currently, and where do you think it's heading?
I mean, it's getting there. I think they're trying to do. They're gonna go that route. I think that's like their next little switch, and then everything can be. Everyone can have a digital twin that they go out in public with. They won't have to go out anymore. They all just stay in their apartments and put on their Ready Player One masks or whatever the hell they're going to give them. And they could have a digital twin out in the real world if they're middle class or lower. And they could use their tokens to pay for whatever the hell they're doing. They could be anything they want. They'll make it like a gamified reality where it still feels kind of real for them as this digital twin avatar. And then, the more wealthy people will be seeking that immortality bodysuit that they can switch into if they can't get themselves to that place.
It's just creek water. I'm squirting at them. And I 100% agree that Ready Player One was very scary, especially the part where he got that upgrade suit where he could feel things.
Yeah,
That's disturbing.
and they have these things. I'm pretty sure already, and
Haptic
I think
feedback.
it's interesting because I was just talking about this on the last live I was doing with my buddy Silas. He has a pretty good channel called Silas Speaks 3301. I think is the.
I know Silas. He's
Yeah.
a mad Scotsman.
Oh yeah. I started talking to
Yeah.
him right at the beginning of lockdowns in 2020, and
Okay.
we were just like bonding over the misery of everything that was going on at that time and how everyone was an idiot around us, and we just stayed friends since then. But we were talking the other day, and he hadn't seen the trailer yet, but that new trailer for the Tron Ares movie that's coming out, it's interesting because they say something in it where the CEO of one of the big tech companies goes, "You thought that you were going to be going into the AI system, but we're actually bringing the AI world to you, and then all of a sudden the Tron universe sort of starts manifesting into the physical reality with fucking Jared Leto as the lead, and they're all just, it's all in the real
Oh,
world.
that's a good choice. He is fucked up enough to believe that. Like, you
Dude.
look at that guy.
Well,
you're like,
he's actually one of the robots. He's one of the AI people that come out of this machine. So then they have all these AI entities that are walking around the actual world. So instead of people going into a metaverse, they don't realize that a metaverse is just going to be layered on top of everything we already have, like an augmented or mixed reality.
Did you
And
go
it's-
into the Tron
thing is
areas?
with all the problems of these kids have with interacting with women at this point, these boys, I totally get it. Like
Yeah.
My sons don't have these problems, but the other, yeah, they're bad. Like they aren't quite as bad as I was, but yeah, I got 8 grandkids for a reason, right? Like, kid, already fucking but my kids ain't fucking around. But most of the other kids that I've known,
Sounds like they are fucking around a lot.
Well, that's where I
Yeah,
want to go with
grandkids,
at some
man.
point.
yeah, they are fucking
Yeah.
around. These other kids aren't. They don't know how to talk to girls. They talk about getting permission. And this is a thing. It's weird as fuck because, you have a bunch of people with this whole consent thing.
Yeah.
But the thing is if you ask a girl for consent,
You lost.
you done lost.
Mhm.
That well just went dry. You can actually hear her pussy fucking just turn into the desert. Just all the moisture just left. You are toast.
So that's not a queef for liberty. It's a separate sound. It's a separate sound. Same instrument, I think.
Right. It's
And-
like Ross Perot said, it's the giant sucking sound of all of your jobs going away.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Perot might as well have been a prophet, like during that campaign. Like that. He is the biggest prophet that has been in modern times, and that was his campaign there. Like everything that NAFTA was getting ready to do, Perot was like, "This is what's going to happen,"
Yeah.
and then it did.
Yeah.
Chris, do you know Dr. James Dobson?
Maybe. I might have
Focus
to
on the
see him.
family.
I'd have to see him. Let
You'd
me
have
look him
to
up.
hear his voice. He's got the radio voice, and he put out with his Focus on the Family Institute. They had a radio show, Odyssey. It was like a animated show, and then they did another one where they animated a little puppet guy. So they had all those VHS tapes sent out to churches. Whitaker's and Odyssey. I'm trying to remember the name of it, but I'm just going back and I'm reading people's experiences with their first encounter with Focus on the Family. And when it comes to the birds and the bees stuff, countless stories of mostly young women who are taken out on a beautiful vacation. They get to spend a night in a hotel room, and then their mom brings out a cassette player, puts in the tape and said, "We're going to listen to this for a while." And then they hit play, and it's the birds and the bees talk. And mom's sitting there, we have to listen to the full tape, and then it'll be over, and then we won't talk about it again. So many young women were expressing how about 80s, 90s, maybe it's on CD. They got their birds and bees talk from the Focus on the Family Institute, leading into purity culture. So these women not understanding what anatomy terms are, not allowed to look at diagrams, and they don't have any idea what's going on. But I'm just thinking this idea of purity culture leading to family planning is another form of, like, could we say eugenics, a family planning, birth control type of a stuff. So in the Christian church, a lot of these Christians are taught purity culture, so they're not having children until much, 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 much later. So during that critical time when the hormones are going, they're not having children.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing, right? Because back in the day, girls were getting married at like 14 and the guys were like 18. That's in the prime of those hormones, where now we've really stretched that out where you're not even considered an adult until you're 25 realistically.
Sure.
And to most of our culture today, and so people aren't getting married before then. I sure as fuck did. I
Right. Right, and some of these groups do overlap in a Venn diagram of like Planned Parenthood is not great. We're going to go there and protest them. All the while they're participating in their own form of contraception by not engaging with men or people of the opposite sex, men and women. They're not commingling together. And then these Christian women are, 20, 30, 40, waiting for their husbands, and now.
Yeah.
1.3 children they might have if they can figure out how science can help them make that happen.
Yep, it's all like it's like dysgenics and epidysgenics all into one, and there's really I don't even know if the like social engineering type families who have the majority of the money are practicing even a positive form of eugenics, because it seems like they interbreed, and I don't even know.
That's absolutely that's a whole conversation we don't want to get into.
Yeah, like I don't know this. I don't know how bad that that actually is. I mean, it's said to be bad, but
it's one of those things. You've got to just. It's so easy to fool the public with shit.
Yeah.
You just got to look at humans are not any different than other animals, mammals, things like that. And so you look at the breeding practices of people that do other things, you start understanding that the important factors is there a genetic defect in the line? If there's a genetic defect in the line, and with animals, what they'll do is they will cull those animals or give them away as a castrated or fixed pet. They won't put them into the breeding program. So or even with plants, so if I wanted to make a brand new strain of cannabis, okay, and I wanted to make my own that I was well known for, I would take two plants that a male and a female that exhibit the characteristics that I want to see without exhibiting negative characteristics. And I would breed those two against each other. Okay. Now the first set of babies is called an F1. An F1 breeding produces the most genetic variance and the most vigorous growth. So now what your job as a breeder to do is, and this is all brothers and sisters, find the two that exhibit the qualities that you were seeking to have expressed without any negative qualities. Then you're going to take them and backbreed them against each other. And then their babies, you're going to go through that same process. And it takes about, 5 or 6 generations of doing that before you get what you would call breed stability. And so then at that point, I can hand you seeds and show you a plant and say, reliably, these seeds will produce this plant with these characteristics. Okay. And this is just basic breeding genetics, whether it's animals or after about 7 generations, a little more than that, sometimes you start getting some loss of vigor in the genetic line. And so then that's when you would bring in new genetics and go back through the stabilization process again. And your new genetics would preferably be as close, like maybe a back crossing against one of the parent lines that's now way back here. And so it's not directly completely related, but it also is not going to be showing like if you're doing cannabis, once again, like one of my favorite strains is Apex, and Apex is Mandarin Sunset crossed with Lilac Diesel. And then after stabilization, they back crossed it again with Lilac Diesel and then stabilized it and then back crossed it again with Lilac Diesel. So it's like a 3-time back cross of Lilac Diesel into the mix at each one of these sites. So this is it's a very scientific process, and it has more to do with the expression of genetics and the vigor of the line. And so in my opinion, and this is heavy conspiracy, and this is one you won't hear bandied about because nobody wants to talk about this subject. The original breakup of the family was when the Catholic Church brought in incest, because that was a made-up word. That was not something that was understood, known. People did breeding practices with arranged marriages and things like that, which makes sense because any kind of somebody that's looking for a good genetic match with good offspring, things like that, you're absolutely going to do that. And so, and we know, and before the RhoGAM shot and things like that, you also had to be careful about who you crossed people with, because that would cause real problems. Because prior to the RhoGAM shot, a positive and a negative did not want to. That was a problem, and so this situation needed to be controlled. Well, obviously travel was not accessible like it is today. So you imagine any village, everybody after a very short time is related. It don't take long before everybody is to some degree related. And I'm not, when we're talking about this, we're not saying that, trying to say siblings should reproduce with each other, not saying that in any way, shape, or form. But I'm saying in those situations, like absolutely they would have married like third cousins or something like that. And there's numerous advantages to that outside of the genetics of the whole situation. If you marry somebody that's at least somewhat in your family, you're both going to have a vested interest in the family. You're both going to have the same culture. You're going to have the same religion. It's going to be much easier to trust that the things that you want instilled in your children are going to be instilled, and you can feel safe to go out and work the field or ply a trade or whatever it is that makes you leave home. And now the king of the castle, his interests are still being maintained. Well, of course they are. This person was brought up in the same way that you were, because they're from the same family, things like that. And the same would apply to any nearby village. It would not take long before you're all interrelated. And so when they did that, what they did was make it so, oh yeah, right in the keister. And so when they did that, you basically now immediately had to go far and wide and start primarily bringing in wives who don't share your views and customs and aren't going to pass your views and your customs on to your children because it's not their views and customs. And so we immediately start seeing a breakup of the cultures and a breakup of the family. And one of the things when you got married that young, back then, the family stuck together. And so these young, dumb kids that got to go getting their humping on, and we all remember what it was like to be a fucking teenager. You were absolutely, Lynn's, thank you very much. Lynn says, Steve, can you put that up? Our very first super chat.
Thank you.
Says, I'll start. We greatly appreciate you starting. That is absolutely awesome.
Fantastic. It's working.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Nice.
Very cool. Greatly appreciated. That's pretty neat. The breakup of this whole system started there, in my opinion, because then they had truncated it down to the nuclear family, and the nuclear family didn't even exist. Because if you imagine back then, we truncate the average age of society, where people were, if you're 50, you're an old person that nobody expects to do anything, right? And so the generation under them, you assume you're in your 30s. That's where you've got enough wisdom and enough strength still to be pretty effective as a person, right? You still got the piss and vinegar of the young, but you've taken some knocks. Rose, thank you. You're the best, Rose. And I got everybody 647. I got a Crow episode coming up we dropped.
Oh, you're going on Crow?
Oh yeah,
It's
yeah.
recorded.
Yeah, Crow's
Yeah,
good.
it's already in the bag. I've been on Crow like 15 times or something. There's even some episodes that I'm sure they're floating around, but you can't find them anymore because they were on when they were on TFR years ago. I have my own drop down menu and everything, but it's been like 2.5 years or 3 years since I've went on. I had to take a hiatus from a lot of that stuff. And it was basically just once a week hanging out with Marcus, and I didn't do any interviews for a couple of years. I'm like that. I get butthurt about something, and
Is that the piss and vinegar you're describing?
Yeah, the cats are. Christy's gonna keep the cats from torturing me. This one's staring at the bottle right here. There's one right here just staring, and it's like, hey, just sit there politely like you are. You're all right.
Yeah, there's a whole system of control here, and we're kind of joking about spritzing water in a bonus hole. I gotta be careful what I slip out.
What Ben's saying though is that deep down he's a diva.
Yeah. I that's what I was saying.
That's what he's getting at.
The shit that is covering my person at all times is actually it's like a mud bath. It gives me growth and shine, keeps me from looking old. This is 50 still doing pretty good. But back then that would have been considered a very old person. They didn't have the nutrition we have and the hygiene that we have, things like that. And so the teenage to early 20s generation, they're humping their little brains out and punching out kids. The 30s and early 40s, they're out working and being extreme, running the world. And then the grandparents would have been home because this all would have been an enclosed system where even if you didn't live in the same exact house, you lived on the same land. And so those kids would have been the beneficiaries of the older people, which I got to tell you, as a parent, I give myself like a C-. I got all my kids, they're all adults and alive. I got that far. I can't say if that too much after that. I get my C- overall. But a grandparent, I'm like an A+ grandparent. And a lot of that is just who the fuck has wisdom. I started punching out kids when I was 17. Mysteriously, my oldest is my favorite, and I'm so proud of her. And she is just an amazing person all around, an amazing mother, an amazing wife, an amazing daughter. She is just an awesome person. And I was so young and dumb, like and full of cum. Like, hey, I got it out of me though. 6 kids later, I learned where to put it anyways.
Well, that's where the Focus on the Family Institute decided to focus on the family. And what was a family unit to Dr. James Dobson? I mean, did they talk about the extended family?
I did not attend any of these Christian events. I'm aware of who he
this
was.
Is a publishing empire, books, media, a lot of cassette tapes, the book on cassette tape, so you can listen to it while you read it, while you're driving. And, families listen to this material and knew the address of Colorado Springs, Colorado, because they announced that's where they were after every broadcast they did on the radio. So it was covered on all the radio stations. And if you didn't hear it on the radio stations, you could buy the cassette, you could get the CD, you get all the material. So Dr. James Dobson, Focus on the Family, decided that he had the wisdom and the knowledge as a psychologist to tell parents, you got Dr. Spock's baby manual. Now I'm going to fill in from there. So you delivered the baby. Now we're going to tell you how you deliver the baby from evil. And a lot of times that involves corporal punishment, bare bottom spanking.
Yeah.
I don't understand the bare bottom part of it.
It's embarrassing. I'll explain it to you. It's completely embarrassing. It makes the person feel shame. It brings up all sorts of weird feelings in the young person. And then once the young person who's committed a sin and has been corporally punished for it has been, bottoms exposed, spank. It's red. It stings. It hurts. Now you hug your father and thank your father for the discipline you just received.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, so they're doing that whole like the whiplash sort of thing with the kids. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
not good.
That's the same thing that them psychos do to their girlfriends, where they shower them with love and then discipline them and then give them love again, because then
Yep.
they turn to the disciplinarian as soon as they're hurt. So
that's called pimping. That's from a book by Iceberg Slim.
Well, yes, and people in chat were already describing these daddy-daughter events where daddy brings daughter to an event and then marries his daughter in a purity pledge. So the father marries the daughter, gives her the purity ring and the little box that she can't open until she's able to give her box to her husband, where her husband's able to have access to her box. It's a literal box, little gift box, little bows wrapped around it. These ceremonies continue, and it's weird. It's embarrassing.
That is absolutely weird. You are correct, sir.
I think I still have my purity
Also,
box
they got
somewhere.
it backwards. It's a dick in a box. It's my dick in a box, baby.
You're gonna get a copyright strike just for singing it. Yeah. I'm paranoid now. I'm paranoid.
So I mean, in just a gentle defense of Dr. James
We're
Dobson,
two
and
super
focus on the
chats in,
family.
and Steve finally is like, "Oh shit, maybe I can't be completely Wild West about it." If you didn't know,
look, man, it's I've been out in the wilderness for a while.
So Chris, if you don't know the backstory, Steve and I literally started pod. All right, we started back in the day when there was basically, Steve and I are the old school. We listened to the Freeman Flies, listened to, shit like that. And then Greg Carlwood was one of the, before everybody and their brother had a fucking show. Steve Mercer. Thank you very much, brother. Bendel Barlderson. Speaking of Freeman Fly, Steve Mercer's Freeman's manager, amongst other shows, and
Thor at the door. Thank you.
One of the most amazing people you could ever meet in person. It's an absolute pleasure hanging out with them. Marcus and I have both had the privilege. I've been out to eat with them, and just absolutely fantastic. But so there was a lively chat that Steve and I were both in that surrounded the higher side chats. Greg Carlwood,
Yeah.
And this was clear back before
2017 is when that whole thing really
gelled.
Yeah.
And it was back when YouTube didn't even stream like this. We had all found, so we started out together
YouTube
on what the fuck was that
That's
called?
right.
So talking higher side?
No. What was the
No,
it was back then.
it was after Lindsay defected from that and started Eyes Open.
Yeah. So this was this was like Google Meets or something like that.
Google
Yeah.
Hangouts, Google Plus.
Google Hangouts. Yeah.
Right.
It's just us nerds getting together on basically a video phone call where we could, air out our private ideas. And Steve and I both started out there. And, then we had like a whole meetup like 6 months later. And so him and I started out completely together. And in 2019, when the whole government reaction to certain things went crazy, Steve and I were on the front lines of being against that. And so Steve got hard kicked from YouTube. And so he became literally, before Rockfin went off the fucking deep side, off the rails with themselves, and Martin showed what a cunt he is. Steve was their top show over on Rockfin, and both Steve and I had way more substantial, because they took away my good YouTube too. Yeah. And Odin's Alchemy is just gone, including on Rockfin now. So that show is just gone. Nobody can see all that shit.
Jesus.
So we
Yeah.
gotta resort to bootlegs and USB drives behind the scenes and having
they're
hard
doing
copies of
away
all
with
this stuff.
USB drives in new models of laptops, by the way.
Ow!
Yeah, that's how I feel about it. I'm angry about it. Real
Yeah.
upset.
Oh yeah, that's annoying as hell. I hate having to plug in like another thing just to plug something into my laptops. That's
Just
why I
to
use
ha-
it. I use
to
a
have
desktop now.
everything in the
Yeah,
cloud.
That's another one they disappeared. Red Ice Radio,
Yeah.
and they were huge.
Still are huge. You achieve a stature and a status and a growth and a size of an audience, and then certain platforms give and they take away. Certainly, I do remember the Talking Higher Sides 2016, 2017 period,
Mhm.
seeing Steve and Lindsay and Balderson and probably talking about Mark Passio or something, having some reactions to that. You know, it's like he's still around. He's still doing his
My
One
buddy Beast
Earth is
ju-
happening.
is
One
in the
Earth is
process
happening.
of editing a documentary that he shot with Passio in
Mhm.
Philly right after he left the Third Eye Carnival in Colorado. Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah.
That's a true story. In 2018, I did. I picked up Rose from the airport, and
I think I've heard this story.
she has some physical issues. She's a paraplegic and has some physical issues, and she wanted to try and use some medicine and some good medicine instead of the shit she was taking, and she didn't know how to do it, so she just ate the whole fucking thing. Like, and it was wild. Like, I turn over and I'm like, well, what'd you do with those? We need to stop and get you a dabber. And she's like, well, I ate them. Like, the whole thing?
Heroically consume them.
And then we get to her parents' house, and she actually, because of the medical drugs she was on, she was all messed up. Not because of the dabs; they hadn't even had time to kick in yet. So she's all messed up, and then her parents think I got her messed up. I'm like, no, I got her home safely. You weirdo. And then my buddy's outside in the truck in the vehicle dabbing, and they thought he was out there like smoking crack and shit.
Because it looks like it. It really
does.
does. You
It
look
does.
like you're doing drugs.
Oh, it does. And it does work apparently, because now since Rose, I seen my dad, because my dad's got medical issues. So now, despite years of me being a piece of shit for having been using cannabis, he's like, cannabis. Like, and I picked him up from the airport, and he didn't have any. And we go to a hotel, and I had my dabs out, and I'm getting ready to do a dab. And my dad reaches over with a tortilla chip and just dips out of it and just munches it. And I'm like staring at him like, that's not chip dip. Fuck. That is not chip dip. Like, what are you doing, man?
Yeah, the proper instruction to apply the proper dose of the medication. That's peer to peer. We're understanding how that works. It's like I just learned about dope, and dope is bad, and all dope is bad, and don't do dope. Okay, simple, real simple drug education, real simple sex education.
Sounds a lot
James-
like Dobson would be
Yeah,
teaching that as
again-
well.
Hey, get down here.
I was gonna say Dobson
Why are you going up there?
to the defense
He's
of
a big
the
Bubba's.
Bubbas of the world, and the Henrys. Who's
Hi,
out?
Scotty.
Scotty's. Yeah. Who else is out there?
Where the hell is Ben right now? Where are you right now? In California?
Yeah.
How is it light out? Is that your? What is that?
It's still light here.
It's dark as hell here.
Yeah, I'm up in Humboldt.
I'm in California as well. Why is this? That
That's
is it
really
because
weird.
you're elevated?
It must be because I'm I'm up in the mountains.
I mean,
And
it's
then
starting
also
to.
the sun's on must
Like,
be more
it is
directly
pitch
aligned.
black here. That's why I'm like,
Wow.
what?
Is there clouds? It's
Dude,
it's a new moon,
yeah.
right?
So I'm halfway between the two of you, pretty much. Right? I'm in
Yeah,
Marin
this
County.
is outside, right? That's how black it is. I'll
Yeah.
just-
Yeah.
Wild.
No,
Yeah.
to like give you reference, Chris, like the Golden Gate is just a couple exits down.
Okay.
and then you're in, but Poop Town.
Mhm.
I
Yeah.
guess.
We really are. You really are like halfway between us.
Yeah.
There it
Yeah. So you should both come here and hang out, and we can go to like Tennessee Valley or Muir Beach or something like that.
That'd be fun. I'd be
yeah.
down for that.
Dude, I've been to Muir Beach. I went there one time with my daughter, and it was cool as fuck. My daughter's not, the only time she's been to California, and like so many other girls, she's fascinated with dolphins and shit, and she desperately wanted to see a dolphin. And 3 dolphins came up and were like showing off for us and playing and everything else. And then we got lost and ended up at the entrance to fucking Bohemian Grove. And like when we
that's lost, dude. That's a whole fucking county up the road, bro.
Yeah, well, I live
like
up. I live
away from fucking Monterey, where the Grove is.
Yeah, we were trying to get home and we got lost and ended up and we end up at the gate and I look at it for a minute and I'm like, I know where the fuck we are. You got to be kidding me. Like, what?
Yeah, that's lost, bro. That's well and good lost from Muir Beach to fucking Monterey.
I'm not gonna say that we were not on a bunch of extra dabs.
There's no fast way there. there isn't, dude. Even if you like take the 101 all the way up to like the Garberville exit, then fucking head back down. And like, no, dude, you're that's
I'm thinking of Blade Runner.
I started it out with we were lost.
Is Blade Runner taking place in Los Angeles, that area in Southern California? And what year does that start in?
Blade Runner.
Trying to remember.
Is that where the Daywalker is? I'm not sure.
Well, they have like this big pyramid, and then it's like the opening scene to Harrison Ford being, in the movie. And
Oh wow, Blade Runner. I just said Daywalker because of Blade. I'm totally just gonna.
Blade.
I like. Is that where
Marcus
the
isn't
Daywalker
allowed
is?
to
Because I was
watch
thinking. I was
movies
still thinking of the Night and Day. That's what I
Marcus
was-
isn't allowed to watch movies with colored people in it.
Also, it has the first one has a porn star in it who was a porn star as a minor, and I think Marcus is way too pure to be associating with such things.
Tracy
He doesn't
Lord in
even
that
know.
movie?
Cover your ears, Mark. Take your headphones off, Marcus. He doesn't even know who Tracy Lords is. You don't get.
Praise the Lord. Hallelujah.
Yes.
I love my Christian brothers on this family.
Everybody in
Christmas
the chat knows too.
But yeah, Blade Runner was Los Angeles.
Right. And I think that Tron universe, does it also kind of take place in like a Silicon Valley area? And we talked a little bit about Tron having a third movie calling themselves Ares, and that's the RAM symbolism. RAM is random
I
access
fucking
memory.
hated that video game.
The Tron video game
Yeah.
Oh, dude,
with the light
it was
cycles.
like
Yeah.
the full on. You're in the Tron car,
Isn't it just a game of
Tron
Snake
bike,
though?
whatever that one. Like
It's
where you
like-
actually got to like drive the Tron bike.
It's just a game of Snake where you try to get
Or
your
the
snake
I hated
light cycle
it when I
to
was young.
fucking- Which version? Because the bike one was badass.
the one on the Nokia
No, the
phone.
first one.
The
The very
Snake
first
version.
version.
The
It's the
joystick
one I
version.
played, and I hated it.
Yeah.
It looks like they filmed the new one in Vancouver, but I don't know where they're gonna say it's actually taking place in. It's not coming out until
Toronto
October.
get too
Well-
expensive.
Well,
They moved over to Vancouver.
well,
I remember
Disney
when Hollywood was shooting fucking everything in Toronto.
Yeah.
And it was,
Disney
like,
really
super
wants
cheap, and the
men to
Canadian
watch.
Government even kicked in to film there and shit like that. They're like, "Oh no, we rob everybody here all the time anyway. Here, have some of their money. Thanks for hanging out. We appreciate you." Yeah.
Vancouver. Yeah, is that where X-Files were filmed as well? Is that Northwest?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it? Is that where X-Files filmed?
Yeah, it's like just a long road trip from Hollywood, isn't it? Just all the
Vancouver
way
is
up over the border.
definitely Northwest. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Western Canada. Yeah, so
Pacific
Northwest.
Northwest. It has all the fog and the ponds and the water.
Yeah. They filmed so much there. Anything to get out of the United States and not film anything here. They don't film anything here anymore. It's insane.
They film in Georgia a lot.
in the middle of the country where they can get
And
tax
South
breaks.
Carolina, I know they did a lot of shit in North Carolina like 25 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. As long as it wasn't New York, LA, any major city, anything like that, they're like, oh no, it takes place in Savannah. You know?
It's too expensive, and then all these all these other states like that you wouldn't expect them to be filming, and they offer tax incentives. So if you do a film for a certain amount of money, they'll give you basically say half the money you spent on crew back, which is like, why wouldn't they do it there then?
Mm-hmm.
No one's going to film out here if that's the case.
And so many good people lost their livelihood during COVID because they, didn't want to participate, or everything shut down. And the first people that never got called back were like, a whole bunch of craft services, makeup, hair, all that kind of stuff. And then that went into the production elements, and they were down grips. They were, just, freaking avalanched through it and destroyed the actual functional part of the industry.
Oh yeah, it's a nightmare. I mean, I'm lucky I freelance with editing because I do work for other people, but working now on a set would be pretty hard still, even out here, because they're still so strict about some of this stuff.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. Half the people that I did know that were in LA either moved to Vegas or moved to Austin.
Yeah. Same. Almost everyone moved out here that me and her know. Like, they all dipped.
Yeah.
And now I go back to the East Coast and work with my brother a lot. So I'm like traveling all the time.
Makes you bi-coastal.
You don't have to like specifically say if you don't want to put your brother out like that, but like roughly where on the East Coast?
Oh, Jersey. I'm just going back to Jersey.
Okay.
So in the East Coast, West Coast rap battle, which side have you pledged your allegiance to? What colors do you wear?
Oh man,
Gang are you in?
I don't like picking sides, man. Not in that sort of way. But I mean, I grew up in Jersey. Jersey's my home more so than
Jim Tan Laundry. Jersey Shore boy.
No, not that far down. I do go down to the shore, but not as much as not enough to know the reference that Jim Tan Laundry. Not enough to have done that with Jersey Shore thing.
You
but,
go to the gym, you go to the tanning booth,
and then you call the cabs and stuff like that afterwards. Cabs time.
Clean clothes. Yeah, clean clothing.
Yeah.
Important for the appearance.
Yeah. I avoided the whole spiky hair under Fade Guido phase. Luckily, I missed that. But surprisingly, when they were doing that show there, Seaside got better because it was really bad, and it got cleaned up a little bit, and now it's really bad again, I think. Yeah.
Jersey Shore.
I have very limited experience hanging out in Jersey. I went to the Palisades Mall when I was doing Renaissance festivals. Was that like West Nyack or something like that, or up? I can't remember. Nyack. And then I went to Red Bank a handful of times, including New Year's Eve poker night at Jay and Silent Bob's Secret Stash. And that was pretty fucking epic.
Yeah.
But like that's other than that, I've driven through it a lot.
Yeah. One thing I'll say I like about Jersey is I feel like the common sense level there is a bit higher than it is in Los Angeles.
I mean, yeah, you could throw a rock anywhere away from Los Angeles, and that would also hold true. I mean, to be fair.
It's California in general, though, and it's something I've noticed. California, more so than anywhere else, literally lives in Hollywood, basically. Like whatever propaganda gets pumped out of the media, Californians they transform themselves around it. Like they truly believe that is the world.
Yeah.
Like when Christy and I started dating, like so many things that she truly believed with all her heart, like right off the set of Donna fucking Reed, you know, and it's like the rest of the world is not like that. And when she went out in the rest of the world with me, she's like, what the fuck is going on? Like when I met Steve, his old lady, his kid's mom and all that, she's like, that guy's fucking intense. And Steve's like, that's because you've never been out of California. Like, men in other places are different. We still are manly. In California, you're all eunuchs. Like, it's straight out.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. It didn't get as that bad. I moved here probably 2013, I feel like, and then it started getting 5 years in. It was just like obvious. I was just like, oh my God.
I started coming here in 1992, and I moved here. I was here on and off since like 96, and then got here for good in 2005.
Okay.
And from 92 to 2005, it changed dramatically. And then from 2005, 20 years later, it's an entirely different fucking planet on the coast. And then when you get into Central Valley or like Gold Country going up to Tahoe, it's, still pretty much like cattle country, redneckistan, that kind of thing. Ben lived over in Redding. Yeah, and a lot, he's not wrong. There's a lot of that is media driven, but a lot of that is just also ingrained. Fucking most of these people never fucking left, and it hasn't totally been taken over by yuppie shit heels yet. And so, there's pockets like all over the place where people totally do not have their heads up their asses, and they're fucking building dirt bike tracks on like a little quadrant of their property and playing beer can baseball and fucking, shooting guns every night. Like, just because that's what you do, not because that's what the TV tells you to. It's just, what the fuck else are you going to do out here?
Yeah.
No, I agree. They do stuff like that, but then you look at how they behave. They're very metro, like they're very, you can tell they've been highly feminized.
They're blue necks.
Yeah. Like they're definitely going to tell you all about the feminist propaganda. And then feel like they're bigger men because they're standing up white knighting for some dumb broad, things like that.
It's a halvesy-50 thing, man. Especially because of the clamper thing. Like, you get them from every part of the state, and in their own environment, and at their most hammered. So they're pretty free with speech as far as that goes. And when it turns political, there are those dudes, and then there's also fucking like 8th generation good old boys, and fucking it's 50-50.
I not 50-50. I would agree those dudes exist that you're talking about. I agree. I happen to be friends with them, but believe it or not, Steve, because there was a whole group chat that developed for the mountain that year that we had the blizzard, and I am banned from said group chat. Yeah, I know this is going to shock you, they're highly liberal and left wing, and you bet there's like 2 or 3, and they're all old as hell, that get along with me and talk to me and we're friends. But the rest of them, I am all the ists, all the isms, all the things, and definitely I'm probably like, which this is always a telling thing, because Steve knows me, so he knows I would never vote for either master. And that I think both sides are complete shit.
Same.
And so, but it's the side that they will accuse you of being, because then of course now I'm a Nazi, Trump tard, blah blah blah, and never ever have I represented that I'm for Donald Trump. If you asked me directly, I would have told you that without even looking at any of his politics or anything, he's a draft dodger. And from my perspective, that should automatically disqualify you from being commander in chief of the army.
Hey man, those bone spurs prevented him from being on the tennis team for a full year.
Yeah.
Chris, I gotta ask, dude, what do you hear about the fuckery around the rebuilding and shit in Palisades and surrounding areas, Palos Verdes, shit like that?
So every once in a while when I'm driving, I'll listen to AM radio still.
Because you're white and you're over 30.
Yeah, the slightly more conservative, whatever the hell, ABC one that the Randy and whatever the hell in the morning. And they were just talking about this the other day, actually. And I think they only said there was only like 100 or so houses in the Palisades that have, and because they were playing an interview, I think, with Karen Bass, and she was trying to say that was a good thing. We got 100 houses up. But that's 100 out of like the thousands, I guess, that were totally destroyed. So I don't think they're doing too well with the rebuilding job.
No, that's kind of wild. It's so few. Steve and I both worked in the construction field. I knew small companies that in the matter of a month could throw up 50 houses.
Yeah. It seems like all these houses are in some sort of court battle to get permits to rebuild and do certain things with new buildings on their properties.
Nobody's going to insure them because insurance is going to be through the fucking roof, and only people with more money than God or fucking Blackstone or Berkshire Hathaway or, Vanguard, those kind of are going to be able to afford the insurance to even build there, let alone go before the Coastal Commission.
Yeah.
You know about those fucks?
Oh yeah.
Dude.
And now too with the whole Blackstone thing, because before when lockdown started and all the housing rates, people couldn't afford to keep their houses, and so there were all these houses on the market. I heard they were calling, like they had these companies like Blackstone who had smaller real estate subsidiaries were calling and just buying the houses without even going to see them, and now they just leave them on the market until someone eventually will rent from them. So they've taken basically all these properties already.
During the housing market collapse, 07 to 09 here, that's exactly what happened. They all became either large banks that were still, bailed out, owned by them, or owned by a handful of different venture capital funds, hedge funds, and then everything became ran through property management companies that had no sense of who the people in the community were that were renting. They had, and it just became more and more impossible to get a place there, to get, not have to pay through the absolute nose and go shell out. This was another scam, the rental application fee, right? Where people will just not rent out a property for years and collect 3, 4, 5 times a month rent just in application fees to show the house and not rent it to anybody.
Yep.
And write it off on their taxes as a loss because it's not being rented out.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a mess. It's a mess, man. I don't know what the hell. I mean, and with the Olympic Games coming up in 2028, I know they have a lot of stuff planned to make this like a fully integrated smart city. So
displaced, hopeless, where they gonna go?
Is that a summer or a winter Olympic 2028?
want to say it's summer, but I could
Yeah, I
be wrong.
believe
Is it
so.
summer? Yeah, because I think they're gonna do the kickoff ceremony at like the USC football field theater amphitheater, whatever the hell it's called. But it looks like it literally looks like if you look at it, you get this Art Deco sort of.
You talking about the Greek?
No, the USC.
Okay.
Let me see what the
okay,
stadium.
yeah.
Let me see what the stadium's called, but it's gonna remind you of like World War II Germany when you see the architecture there, and with Trump opening up, you can only imagine what's gonna happen with him giving the opening remarks.
Stage a UFC fight right there, freaking middle of it. Like I'm not surprised, but very amused that there is probably going to be a UFC fight on the White House lawn on the 4th of July.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That too. I heard about that.
Oh.
Now that it's sports entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Trump is in the WWE Hall of Fame.
Yeah, the stadium is the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum.
That's right. Okay.
I could share if you want to just see it.
Yeah,
if you guys want to see it.
for
Yeah,
sure.
I'll share it.
When I say that politics is one step up above WWE, I mean it. And he is absolutely.
Let me get out of this.
That's a big coliseum. A lot of people are going to need some bread to eat, cheese sticks.
Some of these construction pictures, like look at this. They said they built this in 2 years.
That reminds me of Rome, dude.
And this here, like, what is this here? A little monolith in the corner. This is weird. It's weird. It's a whole very weird. Seems like a lot of just symbolic.
Are those football players? Are there any male cheerleaders in those pictures?
Probably not.
This is the inaugural game there of football, I think, back in the day. And look, this reminds me just straight up World War II. I think we're going to get a little bit of World War II symbolism going on when...
Dude, back up 3 pictures. Right
Here?
there. Now that's super interesting, this talk we're having. No, go back forward one more. Super interesting, this talk that we're having, because isn't it supposedly Patton that acquired the Spear of Destiny, which is part of why they call the United States the Fourth Reich? And then this is what you're building.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Is that Dr. Doolittle, the animal guy?
Right. And this was like a derby or something in there, which is strange in itself. All of this is strange. And I love how you can never see anyone's faces in any of these pictures too.
Oh.
This weird.
Clidius Altius Fortius. That's Harry Potter spell, right?
Something. It's definitely something.
Yeah, that turns your owl into a stripper named Tanya.
Tanya with a Y or Tanya with a J?
Either way you want it, baby.
Tanja.
It's your dance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So this is what we're
Wow.
this is where it's gonna, I think, kick off, supposedly.
So it's the eye is a torch and an infinity symbol.
Yep.
The loop.
And I was talking about this on a show. It's interesting too that we have the grand old lady and all these people in the UFO world are talking about how the lady is coming. The lady is coming, and that on that meteor even they're saying it's coming, or the comet 33I Atlas. They're saying the lady is coming with the comet or with the mothership, or
so Fatima,
or in 2027, Chris Bledsoe is saying the lady is coming.
Yeah,
it's just strange that, and also this is like the meta symbol, like the metaverse symbol. They're using the, it's not an Ouroboros. What's it called?
Lemniscate.
Yeah.
There's another word for it.
It's the infinity symbol.
I forgot it last.
Strange loop.
Which is actually a mercurial symbol, which would be the feminine portion of anything. That's very interesting. So that would be the.
Because this is actually, it's called something else too, and I forgot it last time, and I'm probably
like a Mobius.
A Mobius strip.
Mobius.
Yeah, so
Okay.
you have this infinity symbol, and it's actually in three. When you make it three-dimensional, it becomes a Mobius strip. So you have the metaverse entwined in all of this as well. And you know they're going to be bouncing back and forth to Crypto Stadium out here. It's just all, I think it's all a start of this smart city type stuff kicking off now.
So the Space Brothers are now Space Sisters, and they're looking forward to a beautiful virginal woman to save us in a UFO.
There's a lot of that going on, and I don't. It's hard for me to take a lot of it serious, but I mean they're giving out
What are they
dates even.
saying? Yeah, who's
Basically-
saying what?
Well, this is like the new thing that Jeremy Corbell and all those UAP whistleblowers are saying, that there's going to be a 2026 or 2027 date where something happens. And this is what the lady told Bledsoe, who apparently is a CIA asset, and the lady, all this stuff is just, I think, occult nonsense.
Luck be a lady tonight. They confirmed the nuts and bolts down there that it is a lady.
And I agree with what Chris said 100% right there, because at some point in time, a cult went from being a bunch of laboratory weirdos that were doing experiments nobody else would do to people that get transmissions and have visions and
Yeah.
shit like that, and they could just make up whatever the fuck they wanted, and they don't do any of the other stuff. That stuff all got dropped like hot rocks.
Yeah, this is like new age dark occult nonsense, I should say. Like it's like all about manipulation, chaos, magic, and not even good chaos magic, just freaking stuff
Top
to
Sheridan style chaos magic,
yeah.
where you're just like making a sigil and tearing it up and then jacking off to a Britney Spears video and then burning it, and now that's
Yeah.
magic.
Yeah, exactly.
Is it different results if you do to Mandy Moore or Christina Aguilera?
I would say not. I don't know who Mandy Moore is. I do recall Christina Aguilera.
Okay.
Mandy Moore was in. What was she in?
I
She
have
was
no
in a
idea.
movie.
I don't know who
A
that
walk,
person is.
a walk to remember.
Oh yeah, A Walk to Remember. Yeah.
I only know that because I one time was working on crew on like a completely Christian movie, but
Yeah.
it wasn't really. But it was kind of in a Stephen Baldwin was the biggest guy they were able to pay, and then they paid the
Okay.
dad from that movie with Mandy Moore, the dad of the son, or the son, not the son, the dad of the boyfriend of Mandy Moore. So, and they thought he still looked like he did in his headshot from that film because that's what he sent them. But when he came on set, he looked like he had aged about 20 years and had an alcohol problem, which he did for years before that. And he was supposed to be playing the love interest of the 36-year-old, 37-year-old lead. And he looked like he was 50. So they had to write into the script that he had a bad alcohol problem after the war, after going to war and being having PTSD. Just so it would make sense as to why they were. He was funny though. I liked him. He wound up being a cool guy, but he was gone. Him and Baldwin were gone. They were just friggin' on another planet.
Trying
That's
to
like
look up the name of the movie now.
if you ever seen that Breaking Bad movie, the guy who was like the Opie type guy that was like super like sinister, he gained like so much weight, so much weight, and the movie was supposed to be set back during the same time frame, and only this one character's like 100 pounds, a solid 100 pounds heavier. You're like, holy shit.
Yeah, it was funny because so that film is called, I think, A Walk with Grace is the name of the film. Really a hallmarky film, and Stephen Baldwin shows up on set the first day when that other guy, who's the main character,
He's the small. Which one is he?
the little one from Biodome, and
Yeah, the blonde one.
Yeah.
The little weird blonde one.
yeah, the least popular one out of all of them.
He's the weakest one.
Mhm. And he shows up, and that other guy is who's the lead male is like he's supposed to be giving the speech at his mother's funeral. That's the scene. And Stephen Baldwin shows up, and he's on his cell phone in the back of this first scene of the day, trying to get probiotics that are very special to him from every pharmacy in Lima, Ohio, where we're filming this. And he's just calling pharmacies during the scene, loud as can be, messing up the whole entire everything with no regard for anything happening. I thought it was the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. I was like, this guy is gone.
The time period I hung out with Owen Benjamin, and associated with him, the stories that dude was tell, just wild.
Yeah.
Wild. Like he was at a thing with Justin Timberlake and some other dude, and those two got into like a man moment.
Yeah.
And they settled it with a dance off.
Oh
Shit,
man,
you know,
I can see that.
And in that, of course Justin Timberlake won, because he's why would you try to do something that's so very subjective, and the audiences, of course, or the people at the party are of course going to pick Justin Timberlake, even if the other dude was better at it. And so then the other dude pushed Justin Timberlake into the pool, and his cell phone got wet, and the dude started crying, like legit crying, and people had to console him and shit. Like,
oh
what?
man, these people are. That was the first time I was even around. That was the only time I think I was ever on a set with people who had some sort of success, and even Stephen Baldwin, who's nobody, he would like just the wrong. Like I remember there was a time when one of the girls doing the laundry, the clothes, like had left a wrinkle in one of his shirts, and he snapped, man. He just snapped into a different person, flipping out, went over to the director. I'm just like, what? Like 2 seconds ago, he was being so nice. And then it's just, that's how they are. They're just, his last day on set, he's calling action for himself. Like, I swear to God.
With that one, especially, he's Hollywood royalty. His family is giant. So that dude started out with the golden spoon in his mouth.
I can't remember who it was, but I heard somebody talking about Stephen Baldwin, who had worked with him on a couple of different films, and he was like, yeah, we get it. Your brothers didn't let you get a full plate of food when you were growing up. Like, fucking nice leather pants. Just calm down. And like that was the assessment of the entire experience of working with him. And then they just moved on to another thing. Yeah.
Obviously, that one that was in that vampire movie of John Carpenter's was eating his food.
Was that Daniel?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, three of them,
Matt
right?
Baldwin, right?
Yeah, he was eating poor little Steven's food. Well, the only movie that I think
I don't know, man. I bet you Murder Baldwin got a couple of fistfuls too.
Yeah. The one that was in the porn star movie or the shitty sex movie with Cindy Crawford, he was probably getting some too.
Steven?
No, it was one of the black-haired ones. The
skinny not Steven, the main one, Alec, right?
No, I think it was William, maybe.
How many Baldwin brothers are there?
There's a shit ton of them.
I always get confused. I always think there's 3 and there might be 4.
There's 4.
Usual Suspects was good. He was also good as Barney in that
Flintstones movie. Yeah.
But the only main character where he was the main character that I ever recall was that fucking dumb movie with Ducati bikes, and they were all riding around on this. It was basically a giant advertisement for this new Ducati bike, and freaking it was just a horrible movie, and it flopped, and that was pretty much the end of him leading any movie.
Yeah, but now it's honestly, if you think about it, because like I was like, how much are you guys? Because like I knew the producer, because this is like really a small movie. It had like no budget, maybe a couple $100,000 at most, and that was after getting more investors who this director kind of just had favors. He was hoping that the movie would eventually pay off. Like he's probably in debt still to this day, and they were paying him like $50,000 just to be there for a week. Like, so the majority of the budget was going to him and one other person who probably was one of the other actors. And then the rest was like, just whatever we can do with the rest.
That's so, and Biodome was funny, but he was also the lead behind, that was during Pauly Shore.
Yeah.
That was Pauly Shore's.
That was a terrible fucking movie. You don't have to lie on these people, Ben. You don't, dude. You don't have
Terribly entertaining.
It's
I
okay,
mean,
man.
it was the
You know
funniest
what?
movie
I
ever
haven't
made.
revisited it since then. Christy and I have actually been on a bender because Christy missed many seminal things.
that was doing gravity bongs at swag weed era.
Yeah, no, I haven't taken it down that road. But I actually give her a hard time because basically she started out with weed with availability to California weed and then went right to me with the killer ass dab. So like she has none of the experiences. Like she doesn't even know about scraping resin out of a fucking pipe that was out of fucking swag with crushed black seeds, and you're just like choking it down, and all it does really is give you a headache, but you're still gonna try every time, or searching through your carpet looking for the freaking 4 little pieces of bud that you can actually pick up out of the carpet because the dog came by and the
Fucking
joint you
trying
have
to roll a roach joint in the roach clip era.
Yeah.
When they were that fucking big, and you had to get 80 of them, and it still sucked.
You kept you could fit like 150 of them things in a little medicine bottle, a little pill bottle, like because they were so tiny. You'd have to sit there, and it's basically half ash. Also, you're like, Christy has none of these experiences.
Christy is gonna have to see all the Christian movies coming out from Angel Studios. There's a new one where a senior citizen plays a senior, and it's a football movie with Michael Chiklis. I don't know if it's a comedy or not. Angel Studios and the fine work they do over there.
I think it was. Was Angel Studios the one with the film on Planned Parenthood where the woman
Unplanned.
Okay, so that girl.
Yes.
Was that who was the main lead woman? I guess who was supposed to be pregnant in the movie, or
Right.
doesn't? Yeah, that was the lead girl who was in the movie I'm talking about, who had to date the older guy, the guy who was way too old for Ashley. Yeah,
Ashley
Way to bring it
Bradford.
home.
There it
That's
is.
fantastic.
Beautiful.
yeah, it was hilarious. It was great. That was like probably the only good part of just the nonsense that went on.
These Christian filmmakers are putting out of work actors back into work, and they're gladly taking the money.
Oh yeah,
And the churches are raising money. So before the film is even shot, they have a whole budget and they have a whole plan, and they bring
They're
it.
trying to horn in on Kevin Sorbo's fucking turf.
mm-hmm.
Well, they've decided that the most efficient way is to ask the churches for the money before the movie is even shot or edited. And then
they do that, and then they never pay him back most of the time.
Well, what they'll do is they'll get some of these really large churches to get involved with it, and they'll volunteer their time to be on the set, to do the set work, to do the grunt work, and then maybe get a walk-on role. So then they get one big known actor, Stephen Baldwin, on the top line of the movie, and then everybody else is people who are doing Christmas pageants and Easter pageants at their local church on the worship team. You got a nice face, we'll put it on camera.
That's exactly what
And
happens.
no one's paid, no one's credited. It's just they're happy to do it, and they're making a Christian movie for the Lord.
Yep.
For the Jesus people.
That's exactly what happened. And I will mention one other character who was in that movie, and that was the first ever Red Ranger, or second. I'm not sure if it was first or second Red Ranger. And he had a scene. He was the coach of the wrestling team in that film, and he was screaming at some kid who had a disability. Like, it was such an inappropriate scene to be in a movie because they had one of their kids wrestling a kid who was blind and had a really severe disability, and he's the coach of the non-disabled kid. And he's screaming to kill this kid, to like all out Power Ranger style, full blown. It was the most insane thing I've ever seen. It was so ridiculous that I wish I had that film to just show the scene.
And they play these straight and sincere.
Yeah. Oh no, he was 100%
very schmaltzy, very fun, very heartwarming.
Yeah.
What the fuck is put up? Landa Cam's first comment. What are you
We
doing in Japan, brother?
Got a Japanese tourist in chat tonight. Domo arigato, Mr.
friend,
Roboto.
our friend, I got the privilege of actually hanging out with Jeffrey Drum in person. And anybody Land of Chems, obviously his channel, and Marcus has gotten to be on a show with him. And this gentleman actually goes and hangs out at all these monolithic sites, and he has some theories about the Great Pyramids that are very sound and come with a lot of actual science behind them. And it's super amazing. And the guy, I got to meet him right before he decided to leave the United States and go on this world tour of only just hanging out in monolithic sites and chilling out in all these places most of us dream about. So the guy is fucking living the life. Like,
Heck yeah.
oh,
That's awesome.
Heck yeah.
we'll have to have Jeffrey on one night.
Yeah.
Yeah, when we get a time zone that we can arrange a schedule.
Yeah. What time zone's he in? I know he's been in England in the last.
It's plus 16 from where we are to Japan. Maybe
Guys,
plus
I'll be right back. I'm gonna run the bathroom real quick.
Yeah,
sure.
absolutely.
We've all got catheters, and we've figured out how to do the long streams without the long streams. We keep it in the tubes. Got that figured out. The Schofield Bible is an interesting topic. Movies are being made every day. People are writing these scripts. A lot of like I said, the small churches are bringing back their own sort of culture, and they're making their own movies. So they're financing their own movies. It becomes a kind of a badge of honor to have produced a movie. It's a kind of a church activity. They were doing bigger productions with bigger pageants, Christmas pageants and Easter pageants and passion plays and things. And then a lot of these young kids, and myself included, were given video cameras and IMAX and editing and iMovie and figured it out. And now they've gone from making music videos to full-length feature films for families. A good 85-minute movie made by a church community. And they have their own film festivals. Mormons were doing it for quite a time, but now the evangelical Christians are getting in on that. And that goes back to Focus on the Family and Dr. James Dobson. He really pioneered that. And then from there, the pastors decided that televangelism was great and making their own tapes, a 60-minute VHS tape, put one out once a year, put it in a back catalog, keep it in circulation, sell that thing. It's a perennial gift for Christmas and Easter. And I have a lot of these on tape, still have them. Great tapes. Tex Mars did that. Do you have any Tex Mars tapes, real or bootleg? He did the Illuminati sites, all the weird sort of bloodlines of the Illuminati. Tex Mars did some crossover with Fritz, what's his name? Springmeyer?
In case you all want to know, when we completely reach the age of gods and monsters, and some of us ascend to God stage, Marcus will be the new Argus, in case you did not know. So do not feel bad when he mentions everything and you don't know what most of it is.
Yeah, I never do. Again, comic relief. I know what I'm here for.
We would love to bring Kurt Metzger on over here and chuck that poor fellow right into the deep end of the pool.
I was talking to him a little while ago. Fucking.
And tell Mark that I got an updated alchemy episode. That's what I did on Crow, where I've added in my lab observations, and like Marcus and I were on with an actual OG occultist, the guy who wrote Occult Germany and Occult Russia, and like anybody that you ever heard of, he knows and is friends with, and has all the credentials. And he's like, holy shit, you have elevated the Paracelsian alchemy. And a good portion of that is because I'm able to flash freeze things where I don't know where they would have had the ability to do things like that.
So, Christopher McIntosh.
Yeah, Christopher McIntosh. That guy actually discovered that the Rosicrucian Order, their credentials for becoming an occult order, is all based on these letters. At the time, you had to have
Fraulein.
What was it? Fräulein Spranger. And so
There's a hot chick. There's a hot chick. We got a real hot chick in our group.
And,
so come on
you
down.
needed to have a German occultist back you in order to be considered real credentials during that era of occult. And so Christopher McIntosh is reading through these letters because he has access to like everything. And so he's reading through these original letters. And the problem is that the German language verbs also have a sex. So if I was out running, as opposed to a girl is out running is a different word. So there's a male version and a female version of every verb. And he said, so when he's going through and translating this letter, when he gets to the end and it's signed by a woman, he goes, I was very surprised because all the verbs are masculine. So somebody totally forged this letter and wasn't familiar. German was not their first language, so they didn't realize to not masculinize all the verbs.
I think that's a fun little Easter egg for people who understand that, you form a club in this way, and it's just dudes forming a club, and you got to let them know there's a beautiful woman, a beautiful Fraulein. Is that how you say it in German? Fraulein. Beautiful, busty, buxom babe in our club. That's what we need to really start.
Big old meat and milk fed mama.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's funny.
That's why I went with a Dutch wife, or a Danish wife. I mean, Dutch. Holy shit! Don't want to marry into slavers.
Right. Not on purpose.
Yeah, not on purpose.
Right.
I will. I'll do it.
Now it's dark outside by you like it is here. That's insane.
Yeah.
Wild, dude. Wild.
Yeah, we stream until the generators cut out. And
That's
Christy
fine.
went out and was refilling it. She just refilled it. So we're good to go.
It's
Our
like the
first
story of the
membership
land.
in super chat.
Yeah, beautiful.
Stream, which I got some pretty cool little emojis that come with the membership that I personally made, so you can absolutely make fun of me for them.
Thank you again to Lynn's Rose 777 and Thor at the Door for being our first super chatters tonight.
Right.
Absolutely, that's great.
Lynn's is the first.
I'm glad I was here for this occasion.
Big
Yeah,
celebration.
and it's our 50th show.
Right.
It's momentous. I'm very pleased to be here, and I'm very appreciative.
Well, we're glad to have you. I always enjoy streaming with you. Chris is a fucking gas. Always is. And it's we're in such a little weird time period. It's just it's good to have your perspective. It's nice because the circle he runs in, they're almost like an isolated little group, and so they're not mainstream at all. And I have the privilege of hanging out with some of them sometimes. And Danny Katz is in that group. We had her on a few weeks ago. She was absolutely fantastic. She is whip smart.
And it's funny because I've only talked to Danny a few times. Mostly it's Emily and Mike Wan are the two out of the group that I've talked to the most. But I have communicated with Danny. She is great, very funny, very smart.
Wasn't Michael Wan in that fucking Eyes Open group like back in the day?
Yeah, I asked him into it. I'm friends with Michael.
Yeah,
Mike's cool.
If you want to
cool
get Michael on, I can contact him.
Emily's out here right now, I think, in California. She's with her dad right now. Yeah.
Is she? Oh, nice. I've got to hang out with Emily a few times once when she was out here.
Yeah,
That was real nice. And then I was supposed to hang out with her wife once, but the rear end went out on my fucking truck.
Yeah.
Like straight up, like my entire drivetrain. What happened was, I think what happened in the totality of it is, so a couple of bolts came out of my rear carrier and my differential. And so it locked up once. And I think what happened is it took out the clutch, which then took out the transmission. But that thing's such a torque monster. While it seized it up for a second, it literally then pressed the bolts into the shape of the gears and just kept going. So the rear end just kept going. And with a new clutch, and I put in basically the same clutch that a semi uses into it. And I've got the 6-speed with the granny gear in it. So that thing, it's got so much torque, it's not even funny. And one day, finally, what threw us off is one of them bolts shot out and shot through the rear cover of the differential. And so I'm walking by and I smell, because anybody that's ever smelled rear differential oil or differential oil, period, oh, it is the sewage of automotive fluids. It is just rank. And
like
I'm
rotten egg smell?
Like sewage, really like sewage.
Yeah.
And you're like, why does the smell like rear diff? And I look down and there's a hole in the rear pan, and I pull the rear pan and I see what happened. I'm like, oh my God, that whole carrier was coming apart and there was bolts pressed into different spots. That was wild. So I had to rebuild the whole rear end of the truck.
Do we want to use that as a membership title or a category or something? The torque monsters?
The torque monsters. Anybody that's seen my truck, and a lot of you have because you've been to events with me, and like I was just sleeping in the back of my truck. That thing is absolutely, it's got like the biggest turbo I've ever seen on a non-semi. And it's the 7.3 Power Stroke, which is a giant diesel engine, and it's got upgraded everything. That thing just screams. God, after Hurricane Fest, Marcus and I were stuck on that highway trying to get out of North Carolina, which was, I mean, like 14 hours or something. It took us to get like 100 miles. And that back-to-back traffic with that semi-clutch, when I got out after that, the first day of driving, my leg was just having the craziest quick cramps, just like, yeah. And I'm like, because I kept having to clutch in, clutch out, clutch in, clutch out, clutch in, clutch out, clutch in, clutch out.
When we saw the Missouri Arch for the first time, it's like, finally, I think we're back maybe in the Midwest a little bit. We're almost home.
Is that called the Gateway Arch or no? Is that the one in St. No, that is, right? The Gateway Arch. Yeah. It's an interesting arch. There's a lot
smaller in person, actually. A real small arch, but you know.
Really, that's strange. That's because there's a lot of just symbolism within the dates and stuff like that align with like the Twin Towers and when they were built, and some of their architects and some people involved with those projects.
And the way it looks like a portal into something. What it reminds me of is, anybody that's seen the newer updated version of Westworld, when they're the ones that are jumping off and basically getting downloaded into the real human, the androids are getting downloaded into the real human memory bank, and when they jump off that cliff through the portal, that's literally what that reminded me of the first time I seen it. I was like, oh, that's wild.
Yeah.
So it aligns with the ecliptic in some way for sunrises and something. I don't really know what the alignment is with the arch. I know in Minneapolis we have a cherry on a spoon in a park. People take pictures there. So I don't know if that's a cherry popping reference or something. But
when did they put that in? I don't recall that. That was not when I lived in Minneapolis.
In the structure garden there? When did they put that in? It's been there for years and years now. But in terms of each city having like a landmark or a structural identity. Like here's a statue, here's an arch, here's a Space Needle in Seattle. Like every city has their own kind of identity.
I feel like there's some sort of a SpaceX mission. I can't remember what the hell they're calling it. It might be called the Gateway mission that's connected in some way to the Arch. And if it's just called the Gateway mission, maybe it's the name, but I thought they were going to fly directly over the Arch with some sort of who the hell knows what they're putting up there, if they're putting anything up there at all half the time. But there was a lot of symbolism, and they might have even been using the Gateway Arch on their patch for the mission. But I'm trying to find it now. I think it already happened, so obviously it must have been just nothing.
Yeah, have you been following the space programs of different countries, space tourism?
So a little bit of it.
Yeah, there's a lot still going on, a lot happening. Fewer people may be interested in covering it. Some of those launches were live streaming, they'd get thousands of views. Now it's maybe a couple hundred because they've done it so often.
When they had that billionaire guy who they said was the first citizen pilot of a mission go up and do the weird spacewalk where it looked like it was like a doll that was being put out of the the shuttle. That guy, they said he was from right by where I grew up in New Jersey, and I'd never heard the name at all of this person, and he's not too far out of my age range to where I shouldn't have heard something about this guy ever. So I took his picture off of Wikipedia and just ran it through like one of those, is this AI generated? And it was like 70% sure that it was AI generated, which was interesting. And then I also did that with a bunch of the photos from that mission specifically, and those mostly all came back 100% AI generated, which was also interesting.
And I guess to maybe explain why that is, maybe a possibility, you have like the Getty family that owns all the pictures. So if you can take the likeness of someone and then make an AI image that looks close enough to them, then you don't have to worry about paying for rights to photos and things.
Yeah.
So in that respect, it's like a courtroom artist draws the people because they can't have cameras and whatever it is. It's like the AI does this so quickly and it looks enough like the person that they're talking about, so they can print that picture and not have to attribute rights or pay any royalties to any living, breathing humans.
Similar to the way that they do where they slightly alter chemicals and whatnot in order to put a patent on it. They're doing the opposite and slightly altering it and saying, in order to say it's not a patent. That's interesting.
Yeah, and I think the one when it was more so the pictures from the mission itself of them in their outfits, I really do think what they did was took people and just CGI'd the outfits on them, so they weren't actually wearing the outfits in the promo pictures, and that's why it was coming up AI. Like they almost like taking when you have your phone and if you want to put like a hat and glasses on, they did that with an entire space suit when they were standing in the hangar at whatever SpaceX building they were in. They just had them wear like something that they could track the suit onto because the suit either wasn't ready or they didn't have anything for them to put on at the time.
What did you think about the Bezos space frogs?
Oh, that seemed like some sort of weird ritual of sorts, some sort of ritual of spectacle.
Yeah, to answer your question of why does it look AI generated and was it real? When these events happen, they don't have all the cameras covering all the angles. So to fill in the shot that they don't have, they use the assistance of AI generation software to create the perfect camera angle with the perfect lighting, with the no creases in the costume. Real life example, when we've done Weaving Spiders and we've had 12 people on the screen and I'm trying to take a group shot, I'm like, everybody for the next 30 seconds, strike a power pose, smile and hold still so everybody can screenshot it. Even then, people are blinking, coughing, looking away. So to get the perfect group shot where everybody is smiling, everybody looks their best, there is the Photoshop element, and then the AI tools can assist in creating the perfect glamour promo shot.
Yep.
So it's a little bit from both sides, and then the probable deniability to say, well, yes, it happened, but then our editors created the idealized version of it to show you what it would have looked like had it gone correct. So the
And
blurring of those lines
it's
is very
always it's never one of extreme or the other. It's always going to be this mixed reality, and that's what people need to start understanding, because that's where we're at. It's always the gray. I mean, we're in the gray man's world now. I think that's why they always show the magenta and emerald green all the time, that everyone's always talking about. Mix those two colors together, you get a gray. I mean, that's the world we're going into. You have to be able to hold these two contradictory ideas in your head all the time.
It's interesting, the magenta and the emerald, adding them together, and then you get a gray, mushy, bland, neutral
This is why
tone.
Pizza Huts and McDonald's look like Soviet era architecture now.
The color of concrete.
Why?
Yep.
It's why. It's just square blocks of yeah.
There's
Those
still
Pizza Hut.
there's still one McDonald's out here. I think it's a vegan one though, but it's all bright red and yellow, bright red, almost like Alan's
Vegan
bandana.
McDonald's.
Is that like a kosher
That is
Subway?
the grossest thing I've ever
That's
heard.
the most LA thing I've ever heard.
I've seen it driving past it, and it looks. I'm like, it's like an Aztec temple with how red they've painted it. It might as well be blood, like on it. It's so red.
Wild.
It's just, yeah, it's strange.
So there's no chicken nuggets?
I have no idea. I've never been in it.
No
I
hamburgers?
presume that there's like better that like what do they call that one, that better than meat or something like that?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
it's called Bill
better-
Gates.
Something like
Shit.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they even the places that used to serve like black, because I'm a vegetarian, I'm not a vegan, and so there's places that would serve a nice black bean burger, and fucking I love a decent black bean.
I'm
burger.
not a vegetarian, and a black bean burger is very, very good.
I like it.
Absolutely, and they quit serving those in order to serve those. You know, I can't believe it's not meat burgers
Yeah,
or whatever
yeah.
the fuck.
If it isn't tofu, what is it?
It's not tofu. It's some computer. It's some generated.
Fuck
Weird.
yourself is what it is.
Some fibrous growth hormone thing in a food-like texture product.
Right.
Hmm. So you think Cracker Barrel's going to do okay?
Yeah, there's a theory that these people tank their brands so that they can bring back the thing everybody liked to get them all back on board again.
Yeah.
And it's just a way for higher ups and insiders to short sell
It's sort of what
stock.
Alan was saying at the beginning.
Yep.
Yeah.
Star,
Also,
Big Laurie.
Like with the Aunt Jemima brand, when they took that and they made it into a big leftist talking point, it was actually to cover that they were paying royalties to whoever the image of Aunt Jemima was modeled after, and that cut out that heritage royalty payment that they had to make to the family of the woman that the image was based off of.
Sure.
And so like they're claiming to become more liberal by screwing those people out of their out of the money from this brand that became famous based off of that.
Are they the Pearl Miller company now or something? I know there's a brand change. A lot of things have
I
happened.
know
since
we should have justice for Uncle Ben and Land O'Lakes girl and
Mhm.
freaking the the Washington Redskins.
Yeah,
It's so funny you mentioned that, because I was going to mention that at the beginning when you guys were discussing one of the other names, the Cracker
love
Barrel name
sports.
change, and how the Redskin name is just
I
strange.
love the leftist memes that they make that are trying to provoke the right wing, only they don't know how to meme at all. So they always do like an Indian guy in a shirt and it says Caucasians on it, and white people are always like the right wing's like, fuck yeah! I love the Caucasian. Why don't we have that team? Like, you know, like,
oh, they all have the
completely
shirt and
doesn't
wear
get
it
the effect that they want.
unironically. They do.
Shit's
No,
hilarious.
the fuck, you know, Chris, better than most people, the fucking left just abandoned their sense of humor over the last like 10, 12 years, something like that.
Yeah, it's bad. It's. I mean, the political correctness has got to go. It's a nightmare, man.
The
No
only
one.
humor allowed self-deprecating humor for the most part in their
Or like humor
World.
against males.
yeah. Or shit on white men, just
Yeah.
specifically white
No.
men.
Yeah,
You know, you betcha. Because
and it gets old. Like that all gets old. It's not like you can only do so much. Now I see some of them are like starting to. Some of the more progressive-y types of comedians are trying to make fun of the conservative types of comedians, and probably well deserved with some of it, but it's just all becomes just come on.
I did notice that recently Saturday Night Live had a comedy skit where they made fun of both sides again. You're like, oh, we're gonna go back to the thing that always
Yeah.
made you popular, that you made fun of everybody.
Every once in a while they do that, and then I don't understand why they don't see how they get a great response when they do. And I know that I've heard at least that guy, what's his name, Lorne Michaels, is that the guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard he's like a decent guy, like, and he's not too insane about things. I don't know why he just doesn't tell them to
Well,
expand
it's
their
the
horizons a
network
bit.
and the advertisers
Yeah.
and all that kind of shit like that. That really does, you know, they're an institution on NBC at this point, and Lorne Michaels has been the guy the entire time,
Yeah,
which is insane in television as far as that goes.
yeah,
Like I don't. Bob Barker maybe had that kind of run, and he was just a host. He wasn't producing the show,
hmm
and so it's, you know, they definitely like saw which way the wind was blowing, and they're like, okay, well, I guess we can lean into this side a little bit, and we can make fun of that side now. And so, you know,
Yeah.
but they're so far behind, and just, you know, I don't know if it's a psyop or not, but Shane Gillis's career is a testament to that.
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
it's interesting because there was, I can't remember whether this was in a document that you know how they have the Hollywood branch of the government where the military works with the certain Hollywood agencies to go over their scripts.
Yeah.
But this one was more a list of like assets they had within Hollywood, and for some reason there was some
The upgrade of it, but that's where that started.
yeah.
But now it's you know, like a virus completely
Mhm.
infected the entire system, but that's where it started.
And there was something I'd come across saying that Saturday Night Live was a hugely connected outlet
yeah.
to this, like basically for Yeah.
From basically day one.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
And yeah, it was for a while. It was let's get everyone on the, you know, live fast, die young kind of, you know, trip, and then that transformed into let's get everyone to, you know, effectively like disassociate entirely from having normal human interactions with people. Yeah, no, it's meant a mainstream cultural driver for people who are, you know, 14 to like 17,
hmm
then people who watch it for nostalgia reasons when they're, you know, in their 40s or 50s or whatever.
100%.
It's very focused on the current thing.
At that point, or one of the drivers of extended adolescence. But if you're in your 50s and you're watching Saturday Night Live, you're trying to capture your youth. You really are. That's all there is to it.
So Saturday Night Live, when Steve Martin goes out and does the King Tut thing, hilarious, right? If you understood at that time, Egyptology and the King Tut Museum was traveling around the United States of America. Everyone understood what the joke was because they knew all the other cultural references that it was kind of making fun of. People still watch it today, and they don't really understand the humor. He's doing a silly. Is it funny because he's doing a silly dance? It's because he's going on there and he's advertising the King Tut thing. It's like a free advertisement. He's over commercialized the commercialization of Egyptology. So everybody would go to the King Tut Museum and get their picture with King Tut, and then they'd buy all the tchotchkes and the quiche items from the gift shop, and then they'd be really interested in Egypt. And then the next year it'd be a different exhibit, so they'd be interested in African masks for this time, and then it'd be the next thing, and there was always sort of the next thing, and then the next thing, and the next thing. As far as like 2025, it seems to be the Labubu doll is kind of the big thing that everybody understands as being the object that you can buy that didn't exist before, and it's not going to exist after. But in this time period right now, everybody is saturated with Labubu dolls.
It's weird how many times in my adult life stuffed animals have been the big thing for adults to buy. What the fuck is wrong with you? Fucking infantilized motherfuckers.
Well, you know what kind of
telling men to buy Labubus is fashion objects. It's cool for men to clip them to their belts and walk around with Labubus hanging out of them.
And
That's
then
a fashion thing. It's a cool thing to do.
And then they could jump in front of a train after they do that. But it kind of, do you guys remember when they were doing that? What the hell was the fashion show? The Balenciaga fashion show, and they were giving out those dolls of like beaten. They looked like beaten young children. They were like basically.
I
feel like that was almost like the precursor to this sort of thing.
You remember Dogma?
Yeah.
If I could ever be in an executive room with those people, I have a thing with that company in particular.
Movies?
View Askew?
Yeah, if Balenciaga would be the movies and I would be Matt Damon. Like that is how that would go down if I was ever in their executive room.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's bizarre. It's bizarre, but that seems like where a lot of this sort of Labubu stuff started. It was just like, let's give out these dolls that are oddly demonic and evil to adults, and make it say that it's cool, and have them go out
with Cabbage Patch Kids and their creepy fucking eyes. They did it with the Teddy Ruxpin dolls who just got possessed every once in a while. They did it with
Pound Puppies. Pound Puppies. The Pound Puppies.
Oh yeah, Pound Puppies. Sure. The Beanie Babies.
Yeah.
You know, like it just keeps going and going and going. And yeah,
the Funko Pops, the bobbleheads.
Furbies.
Oh yeah.
Trolls, little trolls, yeah.
Oh yeah. Dude, everybody had a little troll doll on their dashboard and shit like that.
Yeah, what is with the infantilization? And it's super interesting. So one of my weird quirky things that I enjoy studying is old fairy tales and stuff. And the old fairy tales were very different than the Disney models that were given.
Mm-hmm.
And so like Peter Pan was the story of how evil these people that try to be infantilized are. And like in the original fairy tale, Peter Pan is not, you would not walk away from that thinking he's a good guy, that's somebody that you should look up to in any way, shape, or form.
Go, you know what's interesting? The only time I've ever seen that type of Peter Pan, I caught a few episodes of that show that used to be on one of like ABC or Fox. It was Once Upon a Time, maybe it was called. And there was an episode with Peter Pan, and Peter Pan was evil.
Yeah.
He was
totally.
like Rumpelstiltskin's son or something, and he was straight up like a psychopath. And I
Yeah,
never seen.
and if you were one of the children and you were trying to transition into the natural move into adult, he would murder you.
Yeah,
That
exactly.
would make the other kids not want to do that either. Like he
Yeah.
would straight up murder. He was just a murdering son of a bitch.
And then on that show, Hook actually was like a good. He turns into like a hero of sorts, like an anti-hero into hero sort of arc. So he becomes like the good guy, which is I don't know if that was how it was originally.
No, not at all. And because the lesson, the moral that's supposed to come of it is that the people that want to infantilize things are rejects of society and dangerous.
Okay.
And that you definitely need to not let those people lead. And what they turned it into is infantilization of society. And because in Peter Pan, that's all that is about. And he's the good guy. Well, when the good guy wants to stay an infant forever and never grow up and be a Toys R Us kid, then fucking, then that's a problem. And you see this all the time in the streaming world, where so many of these streamers have all kinds of toys and they come out looking like children, and everything that they do is still talking about Pokemon and things like that, which, like, sure, I know all the probably like whatever first 50 Pokemon, I probably know their name, but not because I enjoy Pokemon, because my son enjoyed Pokemon, and they play that song fucking at the beginning and end of every episode, and I'm sitting there hanging out with my son because I got to keep an eye on him. So of course, in my peripheral, and I have a crazy good memory. But do I go and play video games or watch cartoons or anything like that as an adult? Absolutely not. Like, we have this other guy that we knew named Zaralath, and he has a problem getting he wants a conservative an old-fashioned type relationship, but the guy spends his money on going on like kung fu lessons and fucking Japanimation movies and going to concerts, and he's in his 40s. Well, what quality woman in her 40s wants to date that? You still don't have your own home, no nothing. And so how is that women? And he walks around all pissed off at women. How is that women's fault that you've made yourself completely undesirable to the level of woman that you want?
Well, to his credit, he's not found himself in a Discord server with Orthodox brothers helping him out.
Yeah, he's not gay.
Yeah. It's the perpetual adolescence is it's horrible. It's an awful, awful, awful problem. And it's look what the lockdowns did with that. It just made it. They pushed back the reading year by a year.
Yeah.
By the mask wearing. So now, instead of being whatever age it was, it's a year later now, the average.
It's stunted development.
Yeah.
So Marcus was involved in a situation. It's very indicative of the world, where it was an emergency. Literally, Marcus and I were supposed to be meeting in Nashville, Tennessee.
Yeah.
And he was coming from the north, I was coming from the south. We were both on Interstate 40, and the river wiped out the road in between us. And so it obviously stopped traffic, and the road was literally deteriorating coming toward them. Like, so they were in a real predicament, and everybody just sat in their cars and waited. And Marcus and Billingtano,
Sarah G,
and Thunder Chicken, some people that from our group here.
Yeah, we had a caravan.
They jumped out and went over to these, because it was a cement barrier in between the four, because it was a 2-lane and 2-lane. And there was a cement barrier, and they saw a piece where it was metal, where there was some metal links, and they went over and figured out how to take them apart and pushed them across the road. And then everybody was able to escape out of there.
The instructions are printed on them for us to remove them in such a case as this.
Mm-hmm.
But people were just going to sit there, and there was no way. It was gridlocked for so far back. Even if an emergency vehicle wanted to get up there, they would have had trouble trying to get through any of that in order to get up to the problem spot to fix it. and people would have were just sitting there in their car, except for these guys eventually get out. And that's the way the world is now. And especially that time period reinforced that it doesn't even matter if they tell you you can't open up your small business that you put your life savings and your sweat and blood into, and now you're going to go bankrupt because you can't even open your store. They're not going to open that fucking store. Like they everything they're told, and they realize that no matter how nonsensical what they say, like walking around wearing a little piece of fucking cloth on your face that does not effectively keep out dust. I'm an old farm boy. If you've ever worked in a grain bin and put one of them buggers on, even before I had a beard, 100%. Yeah, it would be worse where the mask wasn't, but it definitely, big particles still got through that, no problem. It was absolutely insane.
Also, when you could take it off at the restaurants that were allowed to be open right when you sat down at a table, like what is that?
And then even Fauci admitted that there was zero medical reasoning behind the 6 foot thing. He's like, I don't know where that came from. That was being bandied about. And so that was absolute nonsense. That like there were so many things that absolutely had no, and we talked about those things and how nonsense they are. That's how Steve and I got to such a friendly position. I can't believe that we're monetized at this point.
Same with me and Silas. That's how we started talking about all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I was on the first big viral video about that was basically against it. Even like David Icke reposted it and everything.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh yeah, everybody that was in that fucking video, their channels went there. Goodbye.
Oh man.
Well, as you know, the YouTube finds out that there's demand for the quality content that we produce from our perspective, they have to have that. Otherwise, they lose the viewers. Disney is finding this out. They need to make movies that fathers want to take their sons to. That's why they're making the Tron movie again, because that's a nerdy boy movie.
Then they can use nostalgia to lure you in before you find out that the movie's been horrifyingly liberalized.
It went from Tron to Tran.
Yeah,
Well,
100%.
Maybe. That's a possibility.
Like, dude, anybody from the 80s that's old like me, that grew up in the 80s, Eddie Murphy was one of the wildest motherfuckers you ever heard. His stand-up, and I'm talking about from the era where you went and bought
and raw.
And so is Whoopi Goldberg.
Whoopi kind of sucked. I went back and revisited it, thinking that, that's what I remember as her being funny. No, she's really not funny. She's not. She's just a junkie talking about her life.
Yeah, early on.
And it's not funny. Like,
she was edgy early on.
It's just gross, kind of like going down to Garberville and listening to one of them fuckbags.
She became the one black woman that could be in every family movie that needed a black woman.
Yeah. Yeah.
So then she became the G-rated comic for families. Whoopee!
Well, that was after they beat her ass in Color Purple for a little bit, straighten her out. She was a little lippy before that, and then they just had one of the extras go a little hard.
Yeah, Lippy Goldberg. Whoopee!
But Eddie Murphy was, wild and completely against the grain. And then the Coming to America movie, the first one, classic, absolutely hilarious. You go and watch this new one, and it is just insane, heavy liberal propaganda, completely feminized. Just like I didn't make it through the movie. Was struggling right out the gate. It's not even, and the same thing with Bill and Ted, the same plot, where they just had daughters and they're basically passing the empire to the daughter who was much more worthy than they were, and all this shit. And you're just like,
wow. I'm so happy I didn't watch that now. Oh man.
Did you see the fucking Adam Sandler reboot?
My daughter,
Happy Gilmore,
told me how bad it sucked, and so I didn't even try.
What
My
did you
daughter
think,
is
Chris?
like,
I didn't
Whenever
watch
she-
it.
And she's not as sensitive as we are to this shit.
Why didn't they call it Happier Gilmore?
Well, because his fucking
less
wife
happy?
dies in like the opening scene. Sorry, spoiler alert.
So he's
I-
less happy.
I heard you guys talk about it on, I think, a show or two back. You had mentioned it, how it was, I think, Steve, you were saying that it had mixed reviews, with some people saying, like, just the nostalgia aspect of it. If you were going into it for that, it was okay, but otherwise, there was no character development or anything like that.
Shooter McGavin was selling Subway sandwiches.
Mm.
Well, somebody
But
with
the added sub story of he has to sacrifice everything so his daughter can have, who's better than him, can have a successful life and take over the empire because she's more deserving.
Jesus Christ.
Straight up, dude.
golf champion of the world. Can dedicate my life to training her up in my unique hockey-like
But
style.
she can go to dance school and he needs to sacrifice himself to
So
Hey,
yeah,
man.
the world and
Mm,
shit.
and if you
Stabling a
think
horse
about it,
ain't cheap.
where did he come from? He came from Saturday Night Live, and he
Yeah.
was probably a little bit of an asset there for the.
He made a whole ass movie that glorified the Mossad.
There you go.
you don't
As
mess with the
a
Zohan.
hairdresser undercover as a Mossad agent.
Yeah.
Like, and it even like thanks the Mossad at the end credits of that film.
I kept my "You Don't Mess with the Zohan" DVDs sealed. It's in my museum.
I
An
have
artifact.
zero. Marcus is actually developing the house on the rock in Minnesota. And, and it's just going to be his personal collection of every weird thing you've ever imagined.
Yep.
Yeah, one of the areas will be all digital files, and basically the history of the world will be in there. You're just hoping Marcus didn't drop one of the tablets.
Mhm.
You know what's interesting too about the Tron thing is that they're letting it go forward, even though Jared Leto just was accused of all the cult stuff, and
And I mean, it's a hard accusal. It's not like it's a, oh, well, rumor has it. Like, no, there's a whole damn video of him, and it's absolutely
Yeah.
horribly culty.
and like Army Hammer, all he did was message the girl and say that he wanted to maybe like eat her toe or something like that, and he got canceled forever.
That sounds romantic
Yeah,
compared to some of
it's
the
a little
messages.
further than that.
I know. I'm
Like,
kidding.
he-
I'm
he
kidding.
was a real, he's a sadist.
Yeah, no,
He's a
definitely,
super
absolutely.
Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Is he heavily abused some girls, and these dumb girls who are, it's built into women to be attracted to the most powerful man,
Yeah.
who they think is going to provide them with the best life, provide their offspring with the best life. It's literally geared into their biology to seek that person, and he used that position to get. And these girls, don't get me wrong, they're gold diggers. They're trying, they know what they're doing. That's why they accept this abuse.
Mhm.
But he was crazy extra abusive, and he would
Yeah.
I
Like BDSM type stuff to the max, right? Without the
to the max, and he would like take them down to some place that his family owned in like Mexico or something, or a
Jeez.
friend of the family owned or something that was in the middle of nowhere with no outside communication. And these girls are they agree to go there, but now that they're there, they're all but a hostage, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Well, see, the only reason I said I think that Jared Leto stuff might be worse is because he has underage girls that he's taking to this island where he cuts them off, and they're all wearing all, and it's just him and all these underage girls.
Did he buy the Lookout on Laurel Canyon?
Yeah.
The
Discount
jump
on? Yeah.
the jump room place.
Well, I mean, he started out in like My So-Called Life, was not a teen drama show, and then he starts a band, 30 Seconds to Mars. So he's doing all the things, doing all the modeling. It completely manufactured him to be the weirdo hot guy sort of category that women
I
are
don't
going
know
to be
what
interested
would
in.
be hot about it, but I understand where you're coming from, obviously, because he has that following. But you're looking at him like
He's
he
a teen
doesn't look-
heartthrob. They
he
built
doesn't
a
really
teen
look
heartthrob.
human. Even he looks like something's wrong with him. You're
Well,
like,
I think it's because he's so old now, but he still has gotten so much work done that he like has no wrinkles on his face that it looks almost. It's like he's 50 almost, right? I think where it shouldn't be that way.
Yeah.
You should
He's
have.
trying to look like he's 29 forever.
Yeah.
And it just begins to look odd as we know he's aging, but appearance-wise, they're
Well, you
touching him up.
You can't look hella old if you're trying to run the underage sex cult on Fuck Island.
And
Yeah,
then
he's 53, so he's just
Yeah.
like 3 years older than I am. Yeah, he should have some, some fucking wrinkles all over the fucking place.
And then him dressing and styling himself to look like the Jesus stereotypical figure of Jesus that we've
I thought he
gotten.
was going for George Harrison, but yeah,
For this
yeah.
version of Jesus, the roster dreaded Jesus,
Right,
Abel and Death.
right.
The
It
first
is
time you put that
hilarious.
up, I thought that was Bob Marley.
Brother,
first
would
for
you
that.
like a veggie egg roll?
Yeah, I mean that's on purpose. That is totally on purpose.
It makes that trope in American Gods where there's a different Jesus for all these
Yeah.
groups. It makes that trope fucking hilarious.
Uh-huh.
That show is great actually, and I need to watch it
Well,
again.
season 1 was fantastic. Was it 3 seasons?
When they started
third-
making
third
it all
season-
about Dead Wife and Sweeney, I started.
Oh,
checking
it gets
out.
bad.
Well, the
Yeah.
third season, half of it is nothing but absolute transsexual propaganda
Oh.
and homosexual propaganda. I mean,
Yeah.
hardcore.
I only
Like,
started season 1, and I was like, "Oh, it's a good idea." I kind of like where, but then I never finished season 1 even. So
I feel like Neil was trying to get ahead of the allegations with all of the pandering in the last season and a half of that show. The first season and a half, it's all right. Yeah, good. The book's just way fucking better.
Gaiman.
That's all there is to it.
yeah,
You know.
yeah.
Good Omens was kind of the same way. They did all right with that one, but the book's way fucking better.
Yeah, the symbolism of the end of the third season is the only thing I enjoyed. The very end scene where the guy who they basically, and they always got to do shit like this because it's Hollywood, but the first season was only mildly liberal agended up, where they made the Balder character into a black guy, and
Yeah.
Balder's literally the shining white one.
Yeah. I didn't
And
even get that far to know that's who they were gonna make him. That's insane that's who they made him.
Yeah, basically he's
Uh.
Balder. And the he sacrifices himself to Odin, which
Yeah.
then reinvigorates Odin into the thought sphere or whatever you want to say, however you want to look at it, and it reinvigorates him as a god being, because now a great being has sacrificed himself. But then also in that, Balder character is in and of himself going through the great work, because he hangs himself on Yggdrasil. And so he himself then is going to become a god, a fulfilled, realized god, like the Allfather. And so then that up jumps the Allfather now, because now he's above that being. Loved that very end piece, but other than that, it was absolutely the guy who and I'm fine with having a little bit of gayness in a whole series like that, whatever. Like the first season, they had the one guy that had the gay guy had sex with the genie, and that was basically the entirety of it. Fine. That gay guy, they make he's like one of the main components of the third season. He goes to a whole tranny S&M sex party, and the whole show's about it. And then one of the other main focal pieces is the vagina nebula goddess, who is such an excellent metaphor in the first season, where she's the chick that you go have sex with, and now everything you ever built and aspired to is gone. It went right into that fucking nebula. Your life is over. And as dudes, we all know dudes that did that. They were an awesome dude with so much potential, and then they got sucked into the nebula. We all know those dudes. And so it was an excellent metaphor. Well, then they turned her and she's actually the love goddess and reproduction. And so this was all the and she needs empowered. And, so of course being a complete whore is empowering. You're like, and it's a whore who ruins and sucks away men's life is empowering, is what that metaphor turned into then. And so, absolutely horrible. The third season was just like overload of the feminist and left-wing propaganda and transhumanist, transsexual, all that. And it was unwatchable. That's why there was never a continuation of it. That's why they canceled it, because that's what they do. They take shows that are awesome. Everybody's like, wow, this was really cool. And then they're like, now we destroy it with our propaganda.
They produced a Sandman show. I think Netflix did out of Gaiman's work, his graphic novel. And then I heard nothing about it. So I just imagine that no one watched it and people pretend it doesn't exist.
We tried watching it when it came out and they couldn't get into it, but I heard I know Matt from Quantum of Conscience kept watching it and he said there was a little bit of that sort of leftist stuff he had to put up with in a couple episodes, but aside from that he likes it, but I can't get into it. And I tried. I started watching this.
The thing is the Overton window for most people is they don't realize how far out the Overton window is for them. Like I grew up, and this is part of why like Steve's kid's mom, when she met me, she thought, she's like, that guy's intense. I grew up in an era where dudes literally, as soon as you saw your friend, you punched him or fucking, tackled him or did something, and that was dudes being friends with each other.
Sometimes those dudes
people you liked.
Sometimes those dudes are women, and they'd punch you back.
Right. Yeah, and the dudes acted entirely different, and it was okay, and dudes had their own spaces. And yes, you acted more civilized when the women were around. And there was always some older guy. It's like if you said the F word or something, they're like, it's not the kind of language you use in front of women, and that wasn't appropriate. Well, now it's moved where that's all the spaces all the time, so they don't realize how horribly left it's moved. And then unfortunately, there's very few shining examples of guys representing a return to masculinity, and that's where they feed you the Andrew Tate, where he's just a piece of shit, just a horrible piece of shit. And they feed you guys like Andrew Wilson, who night Steve.
He's leaving night Steve.
Like Andrew Wilson and whatnot.
He's got a morning show to prepare for.
Okay.
Yeah, Steve does. Steve does an AM wake up's his big show, and then he's got smaller kids behind him and whatnot. Marcus does not have kids yet.
Same.
Remember that in the auction, ladies.
I value male. Never married, no children.
And this is pure. This is untouched, like fresh snow. Yeah, we will, Steve. We won't keep it too long. Like fresh snow. This is like our inaugural night and our 50th anniversary, but we're gonna try and shorten these up. Plus, we're enjoying the hell out of hanging out with Chris.
It's interesting with the
tighten it up.
I was gonna say it's interesting with the Andrew Tate thing, how he looks so much like Anton LaVey.
Yeah,
and I have to think that was on purpose, or at least somewhat on purpose. I know he has in his group they call him a magician. So he has an occultist who actually knows about this sort of stuff, and I have no idea what part he has in his group, but I know he has someone like that who he 100%. Uses as like a consultant.
100%. Somebody like that Gordon White figure, the magician to the stars. Yeah, all those people. It's always been a thing. The occult was for years made illegal for the poor, but the rich always had their own occultists. That's how they had somebody timing things, which is what I'm saying. With that's what astrology and whatnot is supposed to be for. Is there's a season for everything, and if today is not the day to do this activity, and you're going against the grain, then don't do that. Do that when it's a beneficial day to do that. And we all know, like as a person that, because I live off grid and I kind of choose my own, except for when animals choose for me or the farm chooses for me, I get to choose what I'm doing for the day and which projects. And there's some days what I'm doing, everything I do just goes sideways. And I've been around long enough now to know, yeah, there's something to persevering and just forcing your way through. But I'm old enough and want to conserve my energy. And you know what? Things that are super hard today, for some reason, in a day or two, you go to do it, it goes together like fucking butter. You're like, why was this even hard? And that's more of, I think those people had more of a system it down where they could tell these people, listen, and you want to go attack these guys in 3 days, that's the day that kind of thing's a good day to go do that. Today's not a day for war. Today you need to, do this in preparation for that or whatever. And that understanding, like I said, even with small projects just around the farm, if I try and do it on the wrong day, everything I do breaks, fucks up, gets dropped, has to be redone. If I do it on the right day, like magic.
Yeah. And then also with Tate, you have this, and I should start saying more this a dark cult connection to his father too, who was an intel agent. So you have the intelligence agencies working with these occultists who don't have the best intentions for the people they're influencing, and that's your male example of masculinity for the youth right now.
Yeah.
So I was going to say the Tate reference.
Part of the reason we're rejected is we're wild cards, because at one point in time I was literally like 1 degree off from like Kanye West, and shit like that.
And I had some with my music where I was one away from one person who got very famous. Then relationship fell apart, or just like 1 degree away from going on a better tour that would have changed things if I would have agreed to certain things that I didn't want to do because it didn't feel authentic. It wasn't huge things, just changing myself in a way that I thought was not something I wanted to do. So I think it is a way to weed out people who are kind of independent thinkers.
They do not like them. That was exemplified for me in the Army. So when you're in the Army, you take a personality and a morals test. That's one of the very first things you do when you're in reception, is they give you this basically personality and morals test. And that literally decides if you meet the physical requirements. One of the other big things is only certain people have flexible morals. And if you want to be in like special forces, you need flexible morals. Like you need to be one of those people that can go do the worst things, most evil, fucked up shit in the world and feel like you're being the good guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like you, and that needs to be okay. In my opinion, very much like the Christian, like the Orthodox Christians, and this is part of why they won't fight with me. Like you guys have very flexible morals. Like depending on who you're talking about and what the event is, you're perfectly okay with the nastiest shit getting done as long as it's not being done to your group. Like you can justify the like Israel Palestine. You can justify the things that are going on there because those aren't good Christian people. Those aren't even they're the defiler ones. They're the Muslim ones, and that's okay that happens to them. Like, how dare they go after the motherland? How dare they attack? Go against what and not just give it back, like and give up their homes and shit. How dare they? Like these subhuman things. And that's now what you've shown me is you have two sets of morals, 100%.
Yep.
That because then you're telling me that their retribution that this tiny nearly unarmed populace, like when you see videos of them throwing rocks at tanks, rock was not their first choice of weapons. Like they aren't stupid. If they had an access to AT4 or something, that is what they would have grabbed. So they have no army, they have no navy, they have no air force, and against the supposed billions, hundreds of billions of dollars worth of technology put into the most indestructible defense system, unless you're on a paraglider.
Yeah, unless you're on a paraglider, which I will say, I'm not sure if any of you guys had seen this leading up to that during the lockdowns. There was videos online of I want to say it was part of, like, remember when the Annans, the anonymous people, were running around doing like Project Mayhem and Project, there were a few different ones like that.
Steve knows the original people.
So going through those videos at one point, I was doing this, just going to different videos under these channels that looked like some of them might have been even AI channels. It was really weird, the videos I was finding. And one of the videos I found, can't remember the name of the project. It was Project something, and it was a Grand Theft Auto simulation. Like, it was a game, basically, that someone played out on Grand Theft Auto and filmed it. It was about 10 minutes long. And what happened was these guys wearing masks jumped out of a plane using paragliders. They paraglided into a city, and then they pretended they were police officers, and they took over some police. They confiscated cars from other police officers, and they went around shooting civilians. And I wish I saved the goddamn video, because when I saw those paragliders on that day, I was like, holy shit.
Was it Grand Theft Auto 5 online, or was it like Saints Row?
I'm not, since I don't play these games, I want to say it was Grand Theft Auto, but it could be something else. But if it seemed like Grand Theft Auto, it seemed like they could do whatever they kind of wanted in the game. I don't know, maybe Saints Row does the same thing where they could just take someone out of a car.
One of the Saints Row games starts out where you drop from a plane and you're...
Are they wearing monkey masks at one point? Ape masks?
Could have been. I mean, this is kind of what they did with Fortnite as well, where you're on a flying bus and you drop out of it and you land and then you find your position and then you go and shoot everybody.
The interesting thing was the paragliders that they were using. Yeah, it was really strange.
That is wild. That is wild. Like, because you absolutely know, and if you've been around conspiracy at all, you're aware that Israel probably did that to themselves in order to justify everything. So anything that they would call Hamas is actually Israeli agents there in order to be agent provocateurs, only agent provocateurs on the most insane fucking level ever.
Yeah, this is what I was saying last week about it being a soap ritual. I mean, that's a polite way to describe a soap opera. So they understand that there's drama, human drama playing out here, and with the idea that we're going to get this red heifer and ship the ashes around, people are going to have little baggies of the ash, and that's part of a purification ritual for the sins
that hasn't happened in thousands of years or some shit.
Well, publicly,
the first time in basically forever, and they're just like, "You want a baggie? You want a baggie?" They're like Oprah with the fucking sacred ashes. A baggie for you. A baggie for you.
Right. So with the name of hummus, food object, that's a stereotypical food object from a certain part of the world, from a certain people who eat it. They're the hummus eaters. So to make your enemy opposition named after a food object, hummus, is kind of a dark humor to it. and they have to be so desensitized to not laugh at the joke because it's a serious, it's like Killing Joke, and the band Killing Joke, Pandemonium, they were talking about this already, and it's the cyclical ritual drama of the things that we've seen. So it's like going back to Gaiman's his books. They were published at a time, but the people who were most interested in them are no longer interested in it because they wanted to see it 30 years ago. They don't want to see it now. But the young people today turning on Netflix, oh, Sandman looks interesting. Oh, this is based on a very award-winning, important work of not. As a media person, I need to have media literacy, so I need to view this because it was important. It's an important thing. So the people watching it are the young people. They don't have anything to compare it to.
Yeah.
And the old movies, Hollywood studios say the old movies are not watched by young people because they're too slow.
Yep.
So they remake them sped up faster with more flash and bang and gore and everything for a hyper-stimulated audience to get the same message. And while they're doing it, they adjust the things in and every little element. So if Baldur, a shining bright god, becomes a dark coal-covered, it's a different thing, and it's almost the opposite of it, but it changes the meaning just a little bit. And then that makes it more interesting because there's an iceberg and there's lore. So then the nerds, the autistic Spurge nerds, go and they look up all this information. And they're like, this is so cool. Did you know that? Did you? It's like, well, it makes them more interested in it because there are changes. If it was a one-to-one adaptation, then there's nothing to talk about.
Yeah. Have either of you guys seen the show Paradise by any chance, or heard of it even? I find this interesting because I just heard of it the other day, and it's already through first season. This isn't giving much away because they show this in the trailer. They're living in an underground city with a sun simulator after a apocalyptic event, basically. James Marsden's in it, the guy who was the Cyclops guy in the original X-Men. Sterling K. Brown, the dude, you'd know him if you saw him. And they were all wearing their electronic wristbands in this underground city where the people who were selected to survive are living. So it got through a first season. It's very good so far, actually. And it was renewed for a second season, but I'm shocked that I haven't heard anyone in the conspiracy, truther, no one talk about this film, especially when there's a sun simulator and there's an underground city.
No shit, right?
Involved. Yeah, it's like no one I know has heard of it. Even my girlfriend, she doesn't even get too much into any of the conspiratorial stuff. She hasn't heard of it.
I don't get Entertainment Weekly in my mailbox anymore. I don't have a physical copy of something that I flip through looking for new movies and new shows.
Well, usually if I would see it maybe just on YouTube as a trailer, it would pop up, or like an advertisement on, because it's on Hulu.
Okay.
It's a Hulu show. And I'm like, how the hell is I've asked so many people, none of them have heard of it. The only reason I even know about it is because some woman filmed a scene from it and put it on her Instagram, and I was watching her TV on her Instagram, and I was like, oh, that looks like and that looks like a cool scene. I want to see what this is all about.
Yeah. So, 2021.
With Christy, because I've been forcing Christy to go through the cult classic 80s movies that she never got privy to because she grew up on a Donna Reed set. Fucking Highlander 2, specifically, they block out the sun because the sun is killing people. And that's the entire motif behind that movie. And then they realize that the sun isn't killing people anymore and that they need to take down this dome. And that's what the Highlander ends up doing. And he's the hero, but the dome is controlled by this evil company called SHIELD. And that whole motif is right there where the sun is killing people. And we turn to big business to save us.
That's exactly what happens in this show. And then also, like, because, like, it's weird too, because I don't know if you've seen these stories recently of these underground masses that are moving. I think it's nonsense. It seems like it's a lot of propaganda, but they're saying it'll lead to these super volcanoes and might cause explosions that cause destruction, blah, blah, blah. It seems like a made up sort of narrative. I haven't seen any.
It's like an Elon Musk boring company where they're drilling holes to try to connect cities and build tunnels.
No, this is more like they found a blob of almost moving. It's like the blob they say was moving to New York, but it really isn't going to get there till like 100,000 years from now. It's like lava and magma. Yeah, magma. And now there's more videos coming out saying it's making its way towards super volcano areas. And in this, and I only mention that because in this show, I think all the disasters start when a super volcano goes off in Alaska or somewhere in Antarctica. And then after that, all the countries go insane and start bombing each other.
Ring of fire, like a big one sets off the rest of the ring of fire.
Yeah. And then
the ring of fire is all interconnected. That's
and then because all the nations are scrambling, they start launching missiles at each other, and then they set off an EMP so that doesn't at least affect the world. But the 25,000 selected go underground, and then they wind up finding out people who survived. But they don't want to. But they don't want to tell anyone. Pretty much just like that other movie Silo, or the show Silo that's on Apple TV, and a couple other ones that came out recently. Like that.
There's that series of movies for young people that was like that too. What was that called?
Maze Runner.
Yeah,
Maze Runner.
Something like that. One of those, and yeah, they doesn't even that other one that. Where the main character is a chick and she has like multiple
Divergent.
Things. What's that?
Divergent.
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 Isn't that same trope in Maze Runner and Divergent?
Yeah. So I just thought it was weird that no one I know has heard of it, and that's why I started watching it. It's actually decent.
Huh.
Very interesting. Yeah, from 2021 to about 2023, 2024, when a lot of people started shows and podcasts and live streams and things, they kind of built it up, and then, they went back to work and tried other things, and the content around, so-called media literacy, occult decoding, talking about the movies. Well, on one hand, it was free advertisement for movies like, have you seen Bird Box? It's filled with occult symbols. Well, of course it's filled with occult symbolism because all stories are filled with symbolism. That's like part of the writer's toolbox, okay? So it's not hidden when it's on the movie poster and everybody sees it. It's only hidden when you have to connect the dots to see what's between the two dots.
You're sitting on decoders, Marcus.
Well, I'm saying that the issue with that content is, first of all, people have to have seen the movie first, and then they have to go back and find the thing to watch what you said. Because as soon as you say, for the next hour, we're talking about this new movie that just came out, 90% of the audience hasn't seen it, and they turn the stream out because they might want to see it, and they don't want the spoilers.
Yeah.
So we're like, when we're talking about movies, now we're talking about 30-year-old movies that most people have already seen. But like Maze Runner, Divergent, some of the movies that came out in the last 15 years, we're not teenagers, so we're not watching teen films. And Paradise sounds great.
Super rich area.
It can't, and it's weird. It came out 2025.
Oh,
that's why I'm like, how the hell?
My wife lived in this super rich area, and weirdly, in that area, very similar to like where I live, they didn't have access to movie or TV and movies and shit like that. Like they had no cable, no signal. Like literally, you got like 1.5 channels depending on what the weather was like today. And it was. She grew up like that, and she never did watch movies. But I'm from the frozen north, where on the weekends it's -30 and you want to go make out with girls somewhere. And so the movie theater is definitely the place to go do that. So, and so she didn't get to see all these. So she's literally never seen all these old movies. So that's mostly what we watch is like old ass shit. Like she watched Rambo for the first time the other day, and she's like, that was actually really good. Like, I know. It's the reason I bought a Rambo knife that was a total piece of shit. First time I tried to stab it into something, the whole top of it just folded right over. Highly disappointing.
Get some nunchakus and ninja stars. Some
I don't
cherry
think
bombs.
we've seen Predator. That one's not come up on the YouTube free movies. YouTube has a lot of 80s movies that you can go through, and I haven't seen that one on there. We watched the Sackets like 2 days ago. She's never seen the Sackets.
I don't think I've seen the Sackets.
Hey, I don't know if I've seen the Sackets either.
Oh man, you guys aren't as old as I am.
Well, thank
Like,
you.
I was born. I was born in the 70s. You know, the Sackets is awesome though. Sam Elliott, like this guy tries to fucking was gonna
Sam Elliott, yeah.
Sam Elliott.
Oh,
Sam
Sam.
Elliott, Tom Selleck, back when Tom Selleck was a Westerns guy.
Big mustache.
Yeah, oh yeah. And then toward the end of the movie, this guy's gonna rob Sam Elliott because he's like he's a gold miner and he found a good spot. And Sam Elliott catches him and slams him down on the bar and pulls out an Arizona toothpick and just dry shaves his. He's like, I don't like your mustache.
Oh, I'll have to check this out.
Shaves it off and
See
then
it here.
pours
I was
whiskey on his face.
Get
I
a
wanted to-
VHS copy.
I was hoping to watch Tombstone soon because I want to see Doc Holliday and
God,
with that Sam Elliott too and that.
so good.
I know. I was telling Maggie about it. I was like, we gotta watch it.
Oh man, I think I was 18 when Tombstone came out, something like that. And there was a series of movies also during that era. The one that ticked me off was 8 Seconds. Because then like every jackass that was like on the redneck side of things, even in the big cities, you get guys who you would call rednecks, or you used to anyways. And freaking all of a sudden they all were experts on bulls and bull riding. And I'm like, you guys know I grew up on a farm, and you notice like, so one day after 8 Seconds came out, there was a place that you could pay to go bull ride, and they set up a whole date, and they all wanted to go down, and we were going down. Of course, I went with them.
It's a Stephen
And
Baldwin movie.
I will watch you do stupid things. Don't get it twisted. Like, I will watch. And fucking even as we're driving down there, I looked over at the guys and I was like, you guys notice that I'm the only one who's actually ever touched or worked with a bull, and I'm the only one who did not sign up for riding a bull. Hey, did you notice that? Like, just throwing that out there. And freaking, but there's always redneck guys, and so during that time period, there was a bunch of more macho redneck type movies that came out. So there was a glut of more redneckish guys in the big city areas, you know, wearing cowboy boots and fake spurs and shit like that.
Struggle Jennings was wearing this kind of blue turquoise cowboy boots and a big belt buckle. Struggle Jennings.
Like even the rodeo thing. I grew up on a farm. In the summer, you went to the county fair and watched the dummies do the rodeo thing. But for the rest of us, yeah, we tried riding some different animals when we were kids, and then you got older and you quit doing dumb shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny watching somebody else do it, but I ain't gonna do it.
It's kind of the Nashville
the big
look.
belt buckle. God, those look horribly uncomfortable. Yes, I have a nice belt, a couple of them.
Struggle
Do they
Jennings
have
is
crazy big belt buckles? No.
he's worked with Jelly Roll, so I say Jelly Roll. Oh, I know who Jelly Roll is. Oh yeah, Struggle Jennings. I don't quite know how he's related to Waylon Jennings. And Shooter Jennings, but this guy Struggle Jennings, he gets on stage and it's just sort of like zombie Western music. And then he starts talking about his prison time and his testimony, and he starts singing. And I'm like, well, this is entertaining. This is very interesting. I had my big black cowboy hat on, so I'd blend right in with the crowd.
It's just basically
times.
bar music. That's what they've turned country into. Is
Oh, this is Christian bar music at a Christian music festival from Nashville. Beautiful. Authentic.
country rap is gross. Don't get me wrong, I enjoyed the Beastie Boys, but really rap moving into metal and rock stuff, that was annoying. The country and the rap and country, you're like, what the fuck's even happening?
Well, this is where the cowboy boots, cowboy hat, bull riding, farm worker thing has sort of found its life in an aesthetic, and many of these people dressing this way, do they even
it's an aesthetic for them. It's an aesthetic, like
right. But they're making music that farmers listen to. You go on farms and they turn on the country radio station,
like Beyonce.
Yeah, like Beyonce. Yeah, she has a great country album.
I like how some people think these stars are real too. Like, I'm sorry, people. John Denver was not a country boy. He can't thank God he was a country boy. He didn't live out in the country. He was a fucking hippie that smoked a lot of weed and went around and womanized a lot and flew planes. Like, there was nothing country about that fucking dude. There's nothing. George Strait just snorts a whole lot of cocaine and womanizes a lot. These are not country people. Anybody that they put up as an icon, they're just trying to fill a slot in order to, again, to bring up American Gods. Don't know why that keeps happening this episode, but the episode where Mr. World and Odin meet, and Mr. World starts describing, he's like, people want salsa. It's okay if they want mild. It's okay if they want hot. It's okay if they want chunky. It's okay if they want smooth, but they must get their salsa from us. And that's the way it is. Understand that all the people in these things, the people owning them, running these things, they own not just Ford, but Ford and Chevy. They don't give a fuck. They want that competition, because that competition leads you into picking a team, which means you will spend money that you shouldn't necessarily spend and wouldn't necessarily spend. So that way you can represent your team, which is now representing your ego because you're with that team. And they absolutely are down with that. They understand that. So they'll push that, but the same people own the same companies.
And then you're allowing these archetypal egregores, or even they're like kind of mimetic entities or egregores. What's the other word for them?
Thought forms.
Yeah, thought forms, whatever you want to call them. Let's call them egregores, archetypal egregores, to then possess your consciousness, and eventually you're nothing.
They end up developing a power of their own, and then you end up in this groupthink of that.
Exactly. And that's something the left-hand path occultists like Crowley would talk about doing. It's like creating through channeling, also having somehow, whether or not they were conning people, who knows, but communicating with disembodied spirits of those who passed on, who were also in the group that they were in and did all the rituals they did. And
denying that that the spirits told him to have sex with dude's wife. Because I'm just saying,
that's like the John D thing.
Trying to be a dick. I don't want to bone your wife.
That's the John D thing.
When we start talking about this, I would bring out my chart from Yellow Magic and show you this is where synchronicity is on the map. This is where words of power are. This is where a true falsehood and a false truehood are. So even if they're faking it,
it doesn't matter because they believe it.
There's no difference between it being organic and real or just a stage production. That's dramatic ritual magic.
The mechanics the mechanics behind it is just 100 monkeys. It's the 100 monkeys effect. 100 monkeys washed their potatoes and believed that washing your potato led to a better result, and that was enough to draw in other beings into that thought form. And so that's all they're doing is creating a very solid thought form. Because you look at Baphomet being the perfect example. Baphomet is not an ancient deity. They're the only reference to Baphomet in any way, shape, or form prior to Elias Levi is that supposedly the king used worship of Baphomet as a reasoning behind the Templars being somebody that needed to be disbanded and them all slaughtered in order for him to not have to pay all the money that he owed for them guarding the roads and whatnot. Well, that was just that they worshipped Baphomet. There's no description. There's nothing to go along with it. Well, fast forward to Elias Levi. He fully provides this made out of whole cloth being who now that egregore has real power and people are drawn to it to the level of the equivalence of Satan himself.
Well, Eliphas Levi has the power because his name is on the artwork. That's the most common version of the Baphomet. He sketched it out, and he gets credited for sketching it out, and people reprint his image in all of their books. So he gets a lot of recognition. His name is elevated.
Which feeds this egregore that he made.
Oh, this is interesting because it seems like the Templars, when they were, this is saying when they were accused of worshiping Baphomet, that Baphomet equaled Muhammad or Muhammad.
And I have actually heard that there was Islamic Templars that had converted.
Think about Masonry. They always, when they do their oath, it's on the Quran. Because I think they invented that shit, honestly.
Right.
Yeah.
So you see what I'm saying here? So this Baphomet of Elias Levi's is completely made up. That's an egregore he made. And everybody that feeds that, and now everybody knows about the ancient Baphomet and blah, blah, blah. And the same thing applies to Lilith. Lilith, there is no ancient Lilith. The Lilith that everybody talks about comes from a medieval play. Not a historical book, not an occult book, a play. So basically like a movie, today. And it's called the Alphabet of Ben Sira. The only mention of anything resembling Lilith historically before that is the Lilitu, which is an entire class of demons that are like these primordial demons. It's not an individual, it's a class of beings. And you look at the Lilith that's represented today, there's a fully fleshed out story of, and how she fits in. And people can quote that shit to you religiously. And there's nothing real about it. It's from the Alphabet of Ben Sira.
And I can flesh out the joke I keep making about queef for liberty, because that connects to Lilitu being a wind spirit. So you break wind, it's a queef, which is a woman, which is a liberty. The joke is feminists today idolize a Lilith figure who was kind of this tragicomic figure in a story. It's the equivalent of a romance novel or a comic book today. Not a role model. The son is learning from his father that there are women that are like this, queef for liberty, pink pussy hat type of feminist woman who is that nebula that sucks men dry and takes all the vital essence out of them and then leaves them for the next one. So the father is warning his son, there's a type of woman like a Lilith. So that's why it continues in the churches today talking about the Lilith spirit and the Jezebel spirit and these types of women that are dangerous to themselves, their family, culture, and men. When feminists proudly exclaim that they are worshiping, representing, invoking, evoking Lilith in their witchcraft coven thing, that's fine, but realize what that means in the broader cultural aspect in the conversation. She's not a hero. She's not an anti-villain. She's the butt of a Jewish joke. And they elevate this because it's old.
Yeah,
older
the
than them.
Jewish feminist movement preceded the white women feminist movement, American feminist movement, and they're the ones who brought up the Lilith character and started pawning around this version of Lilith that was literally no different than if I started, because I'm an Odinist, and if I started quoting Odin or Thor from Marvel movies or something, it's literally the same thing. Like, you guys did no historical study on this. You're literally bandying about, and because of the prevalence of it, it takes on a life of its own. And then because that's happened, now they all get transitioned into ancient worship. But then you go back and you actually study it out, and you're like, well, this version of Lilith didn't even appear until the 1800s. Like that before that, people knew it was just a play. And while the play existed, it wasn't worshipped as this being. That was something that was brought up by a group of Jewish feminists that were pushing for different things. And so, and then that led into the women's liberation movement and all of that.
And liberation. What's the opposite of liberation? Well, that's what these women are experiencing under the umbrella, the banner, the flag, the rainbow of liberation. They are now having to work without a man in the household providing income, single mothers, this type of thing. So they did not become the strong, liberated, free, hedonistic women that they wanted to become. And then men looked at that and they're like, well, we talked about the goat-headed deity, the Baphomet. Well, what is the Baphomet? It's the best breasts of the woman and the biggest, most virile phallic member of the man combined into one form as a teacher for anatomy. It's an anatomical figure to understand that in nature, the horny goat produces. This is how this works. The insemination. That's why it's, the uncensored image of the Baphomet with a very large rocket and very large testicles and very large milkers. It's over exaggerated so people can understand that, because they didn't read. They see the image and then they'd figure out this is what it means. To adopt that as a satanic figure, because it's old, they took an established symbol and took it over. There was a sun symbol that was like a pinwheel, 4 corners, spins around. A group of men in Germany decided that's a cool logo. Let's 45-degree angle, take it, put it on our armbands, and now it's ours. They take the old established thing that has the power and the meaning, and then they run with it.
Pineapple.
Is that a green tomato?
There was also the Baramets, which was probably something they took from as well, where you have this vegetable lamb of Tartary. That's like a lamb that's growing out of a stalk of
I
some
saw
plant.
that on was that the Homunculus show from there was a guy, somebody put together a 5-hour Homunculus or something documentary thing.
That's probably that channel with the guy and the girl. What the heck are they called?
True Stream Media?
No, it's the younger kids who they do the really long, sometimes 5-6 hour Mind Unveiled.
Yeah, that's who it was. They did documentary thing on homunculus, and that was in there. And that-
They work towards that, releasing shorter segments until they compiled them all into I think it's 9 hours now for a complete series. Seems huge, but reading a book.
that guy
Right.
that did the spirit science things back in the day did that also. Those things were hilarious. We're fucking Jews were like fucking Martians that it came in to fill a spot, and they were like this aggressive fucking nasty people that
So how are you growing 10-foot
Oh, thank you about
tall tomatoes?
Oh yeah, dude. That shit's and that's right now they're like 10-foot tall. They're still gonna get higher for like a month. I'm gonna end up having like 15-foot tall tomatoes. Like just crazy out there. What I do is a permaculture system, and actually my land here is so shit for that kind of thing that I did a hugelkultur because I've got a bunch of rotting pines sitting around. And so I built this plateau, and I took 4x4s and laid down this wood, and then we took, I have a lot of animals, so I got an abundance of animal shit, and I layered down the animal crap, and then you put twigs and leaves on top of the wood, and then you put animal crap on top of that, and then you put dirt on top of that, and that topsoil for a couple of years you got to fertilize it. But then eventually the poop underneath starts decomposing, and it all's mixed up because of the worms and whatnot. And so we built that, and it's just coming into its stride now. And it's all been done with all natural. I only grass feed my cows, and then they graze from whatever they can get on the mountain. The same with the alpacas, same with the birds. Or the birds do get some grains. I throw down scratch. But other than that, just raw grain scratch. And other than that, they go and forage all around the mountain also. So I got 3 different, and chicken poop is really hot, really nitrogen heavy. Cow poop is nitrogen heavy, but also a lot of phosphorus and some good potassium. Alpaca is super high potassium and a little phosphorus and super light on nitrogen. So I've got the NPK pretty well covered, and I just put all that in there, and then I take and populate. I go out into the trees, so it's all the fungi and bacteria that are natural to the soil here, and I put that in a cement mixer, and I'll put some molasses and a bunch of alpaca manure in there, and some micronutrients, some like seaweed and stuff, and some biochar. Throw it in there and let that spin for like a week until it's real nice and bubbly and really populated. And I'll go top feed that all over the soil to help break it down. And alpacas make the best socks. I can't wear them during the summer, but the best socks. It's amazing how just glorious they are on your feet. But my garden's hitting its stride. And so this year, Christy, rather than doing tomato cages, ran them up these big we got these cattle fencing that we made into a tunnel and ran them up there. And them buggers they're 10 or 11 feet tall now.
6 feet tall, and they're sticking out feet up above that.
Yeah. And
you are living in the Garden of Eden, and Christians are afraid of us because why again? I don't know. You built the Garden of Eden. You built the food for us. You're self-sufficient.
That is the idea. But that's what Odin teaches.
Yeah.
Odin teaches you're better having your own farm, even if it's just a shack with a couple goats, and being self-sufficient than being slave to another man. And that's what everybody in the city is.
And there it is in one sentence. Why we wanted to have a conversation with other people who are maybe not self-sufficient. And we said, well, we'd like to help you out. You guys are living in your Discord server world, and then you get hungry and you pop in a Hot Pocket in the microwave. Well, would you like to eat some real food?
with your Ortho Bro friends online?
Yeah, we just wanted to help them out, making some real spaghetti sauce with real tomatoes and real food ingredients. But they like
Well,
their
that-
Hot Pockets.
Windhammer, that's because alpaca's not wool. It's actually a hair or a fiber, and it doesn't have lanolin in it. So that's why it's not scratchy, and it's really like silky. It's amazing. There's a reason that
Very breathable.
and it's very breathable also. So alpaca hair will open up to breathe when it's warm, and then it'll close up and pull up tight when it's cold. It's almost like it's a living hair. It's really interesting. There's a reason that's so horribly expensive.
Well, people were purchasing alpaca socks with bitcoins when people were spending bitcoins. You remember that, Chris?
I actually don't, but I could see that happening.
Okay, yeah, about 2010. I guess that's 15 years ago. Some of the
Yeah.
first purchases, exchanges of Bitcoin were.
I wish I got into Bitcoin back then. That would have been nice.
I wish I would have spent my Bitcoin on alpaca socks then.
They are crazy comfortable, dude. I can't wear them in the summer. They're a little too in California. They're a little too warm in the summer.
This is kind of the humor though, because farmers were like, "Oh, you guys can't build anything. You guys don't have any actual resources, but you have computer coins. So you give us your computer coins. We send you real farm soap, maple syrup, and alpaca socks. You send us your computer coins, which go up in value, and then we cash it back in." And then we go back and put it back into the farm, and then we continue to sell you more alpaca socks, and you give us, the shrinking value of the Bitcoins, like decimal place moving, and they're just like, "Oh, just save some, cash them out." So like the farmers who got into Bitcoin because people were trying to spend it early on, they're like, "Okay, people aren't giving us cash; they're going to give us Bitcoin." Well, okay, so they got a lot of alpaca farmers.
Farmers all follow the commodities markets and shit like that. They understand. They aren't really that bent on as long as they can get what they need at the end, they don't care. Like I said, they all follow markets and shit like that. Like I do that occasionally when I'm out driving. It's like one of the biggest old man things that I do. Like, oh, the farm report.
I love the farm report.
I always feel old when I'm doing it too. Like somewhere in there, it strikes me. Damn it! Am I enjoying the farm report on purpose? Fuck me. Well, Chris is starting to look quite worn down here. Let's try and cut it at 420.
Sure.
And we could do that.
Yeah, we really enjoyed talking with you.
I appreciate you guys having me. It was a good time.
It's been a few years in the making. I know you've been chatting with us for a while, and
been just
do you remember
working my way in.
Yeah,
one day I'll get on there.
Do you remember an early spider stream that you might have caught?
I'm sure I have.
Spiders?
I'm sure I do, especially during the lockdowns when you guys were having a lot of people on. I was watching. And I know I watched one with Emily on early on, like right when I started doing some shows.
Dude, we got weirdly lucky. So the guy who started the original Spiders channel, he's a addict, and he went through a spiral and tried to wreck the show, and the rest of us were continuing it. So the guy who actually kind of runs the show but did not start the YouTube channel, we switched to a different one. And when that happened, one of the episodes that Emily was on, the first one on that new channel, and it was like our second show or third show, we somehow slipped the fucking algorithm and got past the lockdown. And I look over and we're sitting here talking, and I look over and there's like 4,000 people in the chat, and I'm like,
add.edu was in the title.
And there's like and these people are loving it. There's like a 1,000 comments. Like, where did these guys come from? This is awesome. Like, and we somehow slipped the algorithm, and that show was crazy.
I might have seen that one. I feel like was Juan on one with you guys from one.
Yeah,
one
that's,
on,
I asked him about his favorite Christian band. I said I had a very important question to ask him about his favorite Christian band.
I remember seeing Juan, I think, on with you guys, and there might have been a few other people like in that sort of pocket of
Mario
people.
was on early. Symbolic
We're
Set.
actually on the Layla next week thing already, Cherie. So that is the hopeful plan. This week she had
Work
too many
schedules are
people
hard.
calling into work or whatever.
Yeah.
So she had to fill up space. So she should be on next week, hopefully.
Awesome.
Or
Awesome.
one of these Tuesdays. We're trying to get some more folks to join us.
And
Well, if
obviously,
you
we
guys-
would love to have you back, Chris.
I would love to come on to another one. I know I'll bring some stuff this time to so I have some more stuff to conversate about with you guys.
Oh yeah, that's fine. I mean, we've lots happened in the
I
last
know,
5
I
years.
know,
We had
it's-
to catch up to present day.
I know it's like information overload lately too. I barely have been paying attention to a lot of the stuff just because it gets too much.
Yeah, and I've had personal stuff going on, so
Yeah,
like you
me too,
said,
me
it's
too.
such an
Mhm.
overload. Actually, everybody that knows, I don't talk about it too much, but we have before a little bit. A couple of years ago, I got assaulted by some highway workers. We think they were trying to rob me or something, and they pinned me in and tried to drag me out of my truck and shit. And but I'm an old cantankerous fucking like a piece of fucking overdried jerky, right? You got to gnaw on it hard to get at it, and so it didn't work out well for him, and and so I got away, and then I videoed it and I called the cops on him, and it was pretty wild, and I hired a lawyer because then I wanted because the one hit my windshield with a shovel in my truck, and with a shovel, and the other one punched one of my mirrors, and so then I hired this lawyer, and then this lawyer's like, "It's weird, you got charges," and he's like, "But we'll get this cleared up, and then we'll move on." Well, then my lawyer died. So, well, for 2 years I've had these weird charges, and nobody would like. I've actually even written the state's attorney before, and because I was like, "Hey, I don't know what's going on." My lawyer said something's going on, but I'm not, I'm not filled in on what's going on. Can we start resolving this situation or whatever? Like what the fuck, and nobody would ever talk to me or get back to me. Well, finally I had this whole deal with my cows, my crazy ass punk cunt neighbor. And the cop's like, "Well, you got a warrant out." And I come to find out. So when I finally get to court, he's like, "Well, they want me to take you in because it's a felony warrant, I guess." I'm like, "Holy shit." And then he's like, "They wanted me to take you in, but I was supposed to because you got a felony warrant." But I called and asked if I could just get a court date, and they're like, "Yeah, just give them a court date." And so they gave me a court date. So I walk into court, and I still do not know what I'm charged with or anything. Right? Nothing's. It's such a weird situation. And I get there, and apparently I'm getting charged with 3 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. So they've had for 2 years had this crazy harsh felonies hanging over my head. And I'm like, what the fuck? And so then they appoint me to a public defender's office. And then I'm standing there, and I'm like, and I told the judge, because they're like, "Do you understand, what's going on?" I'm like, "No, I don't understand." I said, "What I know is that I got assaulted by highway workers, and now I'm standing, and I
During a snowstorm?
And now I'm sitting here getting charged with charges." I was like, "I don't understand this at all."
Yeah, I don't
And
think you were driving fast because there was snow. Because there's snow plows.
I still to this day don't know what it is, what their story supposedly was. So right then and there, they're just like, well, they pawned me off on the public defenders because my lawyer died. And I was like, well, am I supposed to leave now? And they're like, yeah. And the public defender's like, yeah, you can go. And so I leave, and I didn't sign anything. They didn't put me on bond. I didn't not even because normally if you get in trouble and it's criminal, they put you on, at least where I'm from, it was called a PR bond, which means that you're like, you agree to not commit any more crimes. Be a good boy. You can't go to bars. Blah blah blah, and you got to sign your name to it. And then sometimes you have to pay money also. Like they'll put a monetary bond. They didn't even make me sign a piece of paper. The only thing I got, and I got like a Post-it note from the public defender's office with just their phone number on it. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? And then I called the public defender's office, and they don't get a hold of me for like 5 or 6 weeks. And my court date comes up, and I'm like, what the fuck? And finally, the lawyer gets a hold of me the day before, or answers my call the day before. And they didn't want you calling them back. It said in the message that if you call them back and leave another message, that's going to take longer. I'm like, what the fuck? And so he finally takes my call, and he's like, yeah, I think they're just dropping this. And so I go in there, and yeah, they just threw it all out of court. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Jesus.
Yeah, after 2 8-hour drives to get to the court.
My God.
Yeah, just wild. And we know that this was just to cover their ass. We absolutely know that because they knew that they were going to get sued because I had 4 highway workers trap me and then try and drag me out of my fucking truck.
Yeah.
Like, shit was wild.
California,
Anyways.
Grand Theft Auto.
Right.
Anyways, Chris, tell everybody where to find you.
You could my Linktree is probably the best place to find everything. It's Linktree how do you do it? linktr.ee/Chris Miner, or my YouTube is at Chris Miner Official. So all my links you'll be able to find on either one of those.
Fantastic. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. I appreciate you guys having me.
After party, we Marcus and I we're real friends, and so we just hang out. And
real friends. We'd like you to be our real friend too.
So if you want to come, and guys, as far as the membership thing goes, that is going to be one of the perks. Is we will record some of those type of things, and the only people that are going to have access to that is because you got to do some kind of perks. So that's going to be one of the things we put in there as kind of after party type shit where we kind of loosen up, and we're going to try and cut the show lengths down.
We'll try. We always say that. We try.
Yeah, we say that.
Our guests say they'll give us 90 minutes and they give us 4 hours.
We love you for that, Chris. You're a stud.
Appreciate that.
It even said that in the chat somewhere, like 4 hours. How the fuck do you go 4 hours?
Oh man, I appreciate you guys having me. And when I'm doing lives with like Silas or some of my other friends, we do the same thing, and I keep telling them we should probably try to make it 2 hours because we probably get more people to listen, but we just never can.
That's what Marcus is saying too. He said he thinks that people look at it and they're like, 4 hours. That is a big
4 hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah. That might be bigger than I can digest.
We have timestamps, bookmarks, chapters.
That helps.
Transcripts. We don't expect everyone to hit play and stay until 4 hours pass. Take it as you need it, as you want it. It's there. Use the transcripts. The podcast audio archive has a lot more information to help you navigate the archives to find stuff. You guys are getting better at clipping stuff too. Take the shows, put the clips on them. We'll share them, all that sort of thing. And that's kind of where we're heading towards every Tuesday night. We'll be here. Baldur's
Guys,
Channel.
Thanks for the super chats.
Thank you
Look
so
forward
much.
to seeing who becomes members. And always just a pleasure. It's always just a gas. We love you guys.
Later, guys.